thumbs up when you're live. And how about YouTube?
And we are live.
On both platforms?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Virginia Harger, Chairperson of the Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and the regular meeting of the commission being conducted just via Zoom is hereby called to order at 6:04 p.m. This meeting is also being carried live on YouTube. Just a reminder to members of the public that are attending that our January and February meetings are only via Zoom. And to tell you the truth, after seeing what the Midwest just went through with their weather, I'm glad we continue this practice as we started a couple of years ago. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So a happy 2025 to everyone. And I'm going to start off with a roll call of the commission. Please verbally indicate you're present when your name is called. Commissioner Kelly?
Present.
Commissioner Parkins?
Present.
Commissioner Cristiano?
Present.
Commissioner Motto?
Here.
Commissioner Tiki?
Present.
Caller.
Alternate Commissioner Apple? Alternate Commissioner McGee?
Present, and I think I saw alternate Commissioner Apple in the audience.
Okay, in the weight room. Okay. All right, myself, Commissioner Harger, Ms. Castro, our Assistant Administrator,
Present.
Attorney Francis Teodoso, our Corporation Counsel,
I am present.
Ms. Renassos, our Recording Secretary,
Present.
and alternate Commissioner Apple, are you with us?
I'm here, Commissioner.
There you are. Good. Thank you very much. A couple of points before we continue with this evening's agenda. Ms. Castro will act as the Zoom meeting host, while commissioners will be able to make comments throughout the meeting. The chair that asks that you please identify yourself and wait to be recognized before speaking to make sure we are not all speaking over each other and the recording secretary is clear as to who is speaking. Our first agenda item is an 824 referral for the purchase of property from the state of Connecticut on State Road 714, locally known as Bridgeport Avenue, and it's at the intersection of Bridgeport Avenue and Constitution Boulevard. I'd like to call on Ms. Kelly Visano to present the information about the 824 referral. And Attorney Teodoso, if you have any comments, just please weigh in as well.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I presented information. Have you all had a chance to look at it?
Yes.
The 24 referral?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the release area that we're purchasing from the state of Connecticut is it's property that abuts. Alexandra, if you could go to the map, you'll see that the release area is the outlined with the shaded area, and it's 23,800 square feet. And that area abuts city property, and that area is necessary in order for Constitution Boulevard to come out onto Bridgeport Avenue. So it is obviously necessary for the to complete the construction of Constitution Boulevard West.
Mm-hmm.
Does
Okay.
anyone have any questions specifically?
So it's up to the commission to make a favorable or unfavorable report. The favorable report would mean that we are in agreement that this particular piece of property would be suitable for a purchase. Is that correct, Ms. Visano?
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
Okay. And that further action would have to be taken by the Board of Aldermen. Is that
Correct.
also correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, but we need to get a favorable referral. So my request for a favorable 824 referral from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay. Attorney Teodoso, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't. It's a protocol that the board has followed in the past. The Board of Aldermen are meeting tomorrow night, so it would be helpful if the board were to act this evening.
Okay. Does any commissioner have any questions for either Ms. Visano or Attorney Teodoso?
Just who sets the price for this, or where does that fall into this process?
The state of Connecticut sets the price for for the access area.
They're not much for negotiating, I guess. No.
I mean, it's
Okay.
based on appraisal, it's,
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Our commission doesn't consider anything financial
No,
regarding
I
this.
know.
Right.
So
Correct.
I was just interested.
Yeah, for the Board of Aldermen, it's not like there's a dartboard up there that the state of Connecticut has in Hartford and they throw a dart and wherever it lands,
Yeah.
there you go. So,
So
uh,
do you need a,
yes, I need a motion
Motion?
on this.
I'll make a
Yes,
motion.
I just want to
Okay.
question the rights of access denied box down below. Is that a property owner that's denying the city rights?
that is area where we are not, it's not our right there. They're not granting us the break of the non-access. That is, it is not part of the, plan of the map of the access area.
Okay, but is that also state property?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
So basically, the property in question is the rock cliff that you see
Hmm.
if you're driving by this on Bridgeport Avenue.
Yeah,
Okay,
Correct. I mean, just so for clarity, a portion of that may be the area that Shelton Plaza Realty had to purchase from the state of Connecticut, but it is
Mhm.
not an area that the city is interested nor needs for the completion of the construction for Constitution Boulevard West.
okay. All right, is there a motion to report favorably on the 824 referral?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Cristiano. I'll make a motion for favorable recommendation on the 824 proposal.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second it, Madam Chair.
Okay, so on the motion to report favorably on the 824 referral made by Commissioner Cristiano, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Parkins,
aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion has passed by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you
Next
very
up-
much.
You're very welcome, Ms. Fasano. Have a good night.
Thank you as well.
Next on the agenda are applications for certificate of zoning compliance. I understand the zoning subcommittee met to review each, and what is the recommendation of the zoning subcommittee for the first one, Dominican Styles?
I believe, I'll just interject, I was unable to meet, but I believe that Ruth and Charlie met with Alex over all the signs, and Ruth is going to report on their findings.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Okay. All right, so Commissioner Parkins, what can you tell us about
This phone, they had previously had a photograph that we didn't really think was appropriate. And they
Right.
were amenable to replacing it with their logo, so we have no issue with this sign and recommend approval.
okay. Any questions for Commissioner Parkins? Ms. Castro, do you have any additional comments?
No, I do not.
Okay, so if there are no further comments or questions for Commissioner Parkins or Ms. Castro, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept.
Approve?
Yep, as
Okay.
listed.
All right, so there's a motion to approve the sign application from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
I'll second Commissioner Matto.
Okay, and the motion to approve made by Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Motto. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show the vote was 6-0, with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Next is the sign application for Fountain Square. Commissioner Parkins?
Madam Chair, if I can just add that we have the applicant online for this one also.
Sure, okay.
Do you want us to go first, or do you want the
Yes.
applicant to go first?
No,
Okay.
you can go first.
We are not in favor of the Trader Joe's having that top building there. We made the suggestion that it maybe perhaps take the first spot all the way across, have Panera and Chick-fil-A just move down one spot each.
Mhm.
And also the height exceeds our regulations.
That
Because as you
new
notice,
height-
they're putting in more,
Right.
They've lowered the stanchions and they're putting in more spots for,
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. How far over are they? Does anybody know?
So we found that typical height was about 15. Commission has the discretion to go beyond that, and they went up to 20 when approving this original sign, which is about the max. And Attorney Thomas can comment on that.
Mm-hmm.
It's Attorney Dominic Thomas representing Fountain Square and Trader Joe's. On this, there should also be, I think it's Mark from Sign Light and Dave Gunier. Are they in the waiting room?
I can add them in, sure. Adding them here.
We did discuss, based on the comments that were conveyed to me, making some changes to the sign. I will state for the record that this is the Trader Joe's, the location, the color and everything is, despite explanations to them, is what is in their lease and what they request. I don't think, given the that they really constitute the anchor, I don't think there's any issue with them being there. If I don't know whether Mark, we did discuss an alternative situation to it, to the sign. I thought it was filed today. Are they on?
Dave is, Mark is not.
So, Attorney Thomas, you're saying that there was a revision that should have been filed today? Is that what I'm getting?
We discussed a revision. The revision basically addressed the height issue. The height of the signs are close to each other, and what we did in the revision, which and I'm gonna as a disclaimer, I'm going to tell you I'm on a new computer and I'm having a little trouble, but trying to access it. I don't think I loaded the new signs on, but the new sign based on that took the address and put the address at the bottom, took the bottom 3 rows, elevated them, bottom 3 panels, elevated them and a bit, but made 2 of the rows, I believe 2 of the rows 3 across and smaller. You have to remember that this is a shopping center where basically, other than Chick-fil-A and Panera when you're coming south, and the smaller retail building, this was built to the topography. And a lot of the tenants, I know there's always that saying that oh, well, they'll know, people will know where they are. There's no proof of that. In fact, there's proof to the contrary that these tenants need signage, especially on a site like this where it's built in topography, and on a site like, for instance, the Split Rock, where they're not flat out and visible. But so we did make the some changes to that. Then we took Fountain Square, and Fountain Square was moved into the archway above Trader Joe's.
Okay, let me just interrupt you, Attorney Thomas. There are, looks like 7 new rows. How many, and that's potentially 14 spaces. Maybe Mr. Gunia can answer, how many more retail spaces are there that you would
Dave, are
need
you on?
a row, a line for, or a block?
I'm on. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So we have 27 tenants in total. So what, in this latest version that you guys haven't seen yet, we eliminated 3 rows from the bottom, and we made the 3 rows above the eliminated rows, we made them triples. So instead of 2 signs across, we made them 3 signs across. And then Dominic was correct in that we moved the Fountain Square logo down into the band. We shrunk the size of the Trader Joe's letters from 24 inches to 18 inches. And everything seemed to work. So we would not need to increase the height of the sign any higher than what is existing. And Dominic was correct. The sign for the address plaque was moved to the very bottom, so it would hang underneath the very bottom of the sign.
All right, I can tell you right now, I am not in favor of moving the street number from the top to the bottom. I think if you just cut it, I am not in favor of the Fountain Square being moved to the top. I would leave Fountain Square there. I would give Trader Joe's 2 blocks across and 2 blocks high, so they have 2 rows. And see what else you could do with putting in the rest of them. But I think the sign should stay as original. You could get some additional rows in there. Trader Joe's can get the first 2 rows and have a lot of exposure that way. But
I don't know how this 3 across is going to be visible either for all these.
yeah,
Everybody
exactly.
wants their name up there, but if you can't read it, it's not.
Can you let me, I think I've been able to pull up the sign that was sent today. So if I could, let me see here, if I could screen share.
You should have
Um,
access.
Well, there's a screen share going on right now.
Oh, I'll stop,
Okay,
sorry.
okay. No, I'm not allowed right now.
Give it a second.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
It's not yet, but it's coming.
It says double click to enter full screen mode.
We'll click where? I'm trying to look. It said your screen sharing is paused. Let me see if I can do something. I don't know.
Above that message that Commissioner Parkins just mentioned, it does say Dominic Thomas has started screen sharing. Ms. Castro, can you help at all?
Yeah, I think it's something on your end. Maybe stop the share and restart.
Okay.
Tell me again how computers are supposed to make our lives easier.
It keeps saying that my screen sharing is paused. I have no idea why it's paused.
Can you email it to me? I could pull it up faster, maybe.
Yeah, just 1 second. Oh, hold on. Let me get out of the screen. Let me get out of the share again.
As always, we have a lot on our agenda, so if we could maybe.
Yeah,
This
I'm
isn't
gonna,
gonna work.
yeah, I'm gonna attach it as quickly as I can.
We could move on to the next one and just come back to it. Once Ms. Castro says that she has the email.
That's fine.
We can do 4 through 6, should be pretty quick.
3,
Yeah.
number 3, Walmart.
Number 3 may take a little while, so why don't we just
Okay.
do 4 through 6?
Okay, thanks for the warning.
All
All
right.
right,
So
then let's move to number 4.
4 was
Aga
the,
Polish Deli.
Ellen.
let's see, 1 second. Okay.
Okay. What do you have for us, Commissioner Perkins?
So we had no issue with this sign. There's currently a deli there,
Mhm.
and they're taking up the same space.
Right.
But we did make it, we do make the recommendation to approve conditional on them removing that homemade food sign that's up above it, which is not in conformance and likely was not permitted.
Sure, we never
Absolutely.
looked at that.
Yep.
The big
That's a good
phone
idea.
number up there besides, yeah.
Yeah,
So this sign would, Gaga will be replacing the Polonaise Deli.
does anybody have any idea how that name came to be as Gaga?
His name is Boguslaw, and maybe it's his.
I'm thinking if he's got grandchildren or that call him Gaga, I don't know.
Oh, that's a thought. Okay, the only recommend thing I was gonna say was somebody please get in touch with the sign company and tell them to get rid of the space before the
What happened to Mark?
the comma, right after the word deli.
Go back. Okay.
Yeah.
So anybody else have any comments on this one?
I don't know if I have the cell. I don't think I do.
Got it.
So everyone is okay with having the sign as it appears, take out the space before the comma and remove the homemade food sign that's up on the facade of the building?
Correct.
Okay, anything else?
No,
All right, is there a motion on this particular sign application?
Commissioner Ticky, I'll motion for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Ticky. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay,
just make
Oh.
sure that the wording about it's conditional upon them moving
Yeah.
that sign
Yes.
off. Make sure the motion includes that, please.
Yes.
And the comma.
And the comma.
exactly. Okay, there's a motion to approve the sign application from Commissioner Ticky, seconded by Commissioner Motto. And Commissioner Ticky, could you just please verify that the
Yes.
motion includes the condition of removing the homemade food sign and correcting the spacing with the comma?
Yes, as was said a couple times, with the comma edited, with the space removed before it and taking out the food sign that's already up there.
Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show that the vote was 6-0. No commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Are we ready to move on to the next one from Inline Plastics?
Might as well finish them up, right?
Okay, so go ahead, Commissioner Perkins.
We had no issue with any of the signage proposed. They're really looking for directional sign as the tractor trailers come up the driveway,
Mhm.
giving them instruction. None of the signs will be visible from the main road. Just more directional signage and information on how to contact the main office so that they can know what slot they're supposed to pull into.
Exactly.
So they've got
Okay.
a ground sign that's right, right as they come up the driveway so that they know that where they need to park until they figure out where they're going. And then signage that indicates where the office is and where, how to contact the person that's going to tell them where to go.
Very
So we
good.
have no issue with any of this.
Ms. Castro, you have any additional comments?
No.
Okay. If there are no comments or questions for Commissioner Parkins or Ms. Castro, is there a motion for the sign application?
I'll make Commissioner Kelly, I'll make a motion to accept the signs as listed.
Accept or approve?
Approve.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
I'll second, Commissioner
Okay,
Motto.
so on the motion to approve from Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Motto, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Okay, Commissioner Parkins, what's the second inline plastics? 42 Canal Street East.
Yeah, this is down below. Again, I think they had more directional signage. The only concern we had, there was some, employee parking on the fence, no problem with that. This particular photo that's up right now, they had two options available. One was to do just a composite material and one to have a light box sign. I don't know that it really matters, but I just don't think that I think the directional signage over the door is fine, whichever option they choose, but I think that flag needs to be removed.
What is, oh,
What flag?
the flag on the left side,
Yes.
the wavy flag.
Oh,
Yeah, feather flag, that's what they call
Yeah,
it.
so it's probably there right now to just kind of let people know that that's where the entrance is, but I think once they have it over the door, it's pretty obvious that they can now take that flag down.
Okay, is the applicant online by any chance, Ms. Castro?
No.
Okay. I was just wondering what their hours.
Oh,
of
yes, he
operation
is.
were.
I'm sorry.
Okay, if the applicant can be elevated and could identify themselves for the record, the question I have is the option 2, it being illuminated.
Hold on 1 second, because as he transfers over, he won't be able to hear you.
Sure.
He should be okay now. It's Brian LaFoe.
Okay. So is this Brian from American Sign or someone from the company itself?
From the sign company.
Okay. So Brian, my question was that second option was for an illuminated light box sign. Was that?
Yeah, no,
option
it's supposed to be option
Can I
one.
finish, please? Was
Yeah,
that
sure.
option suggested because of the hours that the plant is in operation? Are they operating late at night? Do they have like a third shift or?
I'm not sure if they have a third shift, but I do know that we're gonna do a non-illuminated sign. That option 2 was just the original, thoughts on what we could do.
Okay, so that's being removed.
Yeah, that doesn't need to be on this plan. We are going with option 1.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. Any
Thanks.
questions for the applicant from any of the commissioners? Ms. Castro, do you have any comments?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion on this particular application?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Motto. There's a motion to approve. And Commissioner Motto, is there a second?
Commissioner Parkins will second.
Okay, so on the motion to approve option 1 as the sign for the 42 Canal Street East application from Inline Plastics. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Okay, are we ready for Fountain Square?
I emailed the plan to
Yep, it's up.
okay.
Okay, is this the one that you're thinking of, Attorney Thomas?
Yes, this is what we discussed. And I just want to conclude also what I was talking about. I mean, I'm going to be frank with you. This is part of Trader Joe's lease. Is this thing? They did not. No, they were familiar with, for instance, Big Y, which occupies a much larger spot on their plaza. This is now going to be the anchor, and the fact is that it's less obtrusive or less large, in size and relationship to it is much less than for instance the Big Y sign, which I think the same designer did it, which occupied rather than be this way, occupied like 4 or 5 white rows. So this is something we would have to actually go back and negotiate on the lease. But what we felt is the change, keeping it to basically the same height. We increased the size on the bottom by doing the stuff on the bottom. We there are some of the tenants, like I said, this doesn't cover every tenant, but it at least will increase some of the tenants who are desirous of having signs up front. And we had discussed, Dave and I had discussed with the sign light person that the Fountain Square would be, and Dave, you correct me if I'm wrong, backlit. It would be lit. And there is a further revision that he did, which I cannot pull up at this point, which took the 745 to 801, enlarged it, and put it more as almost like a separate plaque hanging underneath.
Mhm.
But we have no idea, honestly, what happened to Mark from Sign Light, who received an invitation, to
All right,
the
then,
meeting.
seeing that you have another, am I correct in understanding there is another revision or another
Well,
proposed?
the revision, the other revision basically just addressed the 745 to 801,
Right,
which is instead of looking the way it looks there, was increased a little bit in size and hung down, you know what I mean, where it had two stiff, poles hanging down a little bit and stood out a little better. And
I
then
think,
the Fountain Square, I think was going to have and Dave, you can correct me, right? It's going to be backlit or going to be lit up.
Yes, that's correct. They would be lit up.
all right, so when you have a new tenant that comes in and you have a lease and you have a negotiation and all that, how much a commitment are you making to a new tenant that this is what you will be able to get before it comes to the zoning commission?
As far as the smaller tenants, they are not given any specific commitment. When you're dealing with Panera, Chick-fil-A, Trader Joe's, a restaurant like Mercado, yes, they want some commitment. Some of the others are going to take, as if they drive up and down Bridgeport Avenue, they're going to take, looking at the Shelton Plaza, looking at the marketplace, they're going to ask whether or not they can be on the board in one of the white boards. And they're not given commitments. However, when you're dealing with nationals, and especially when you're dealing with an anchor like Trader Joe's, they are, shall we say, in a much greater bargaining power.
You don't
Especially,
think that
That's a
the
much greater
Chick-fil-A
bargaining-
and Panera are not, and Jersey Mike subs are not getting to that level of consideration?
Jersey, they were all given what they asked for.
Don't you think you're creating a Pandora's box, but now that the current tenants that have been there and have been established now, they're not giving
All
you
of those
the
tenants,
visibility?
all of those tenants there
Okay, thank you.
that are there
Bye-bye.
are, I don't want to use the too crass of a statement, but happier than you know what
Yeah, I
that
understand.
Trader Joe's is coming in, because Trader Joe's now brings in more traffic so that those people will also shop at their places.
Mhm.
And so when you have a good anchor, it benefits the tenants. And this, in my memory, the struggle to bring Trader Joe's into the Bridgeport Avenue has gone on for my memory at least 15 or 16 years, probably 15 years.
I
When the
understand
first time I
completely.
heard them coming in, now they're here. The point is that none of the other tenants have raised any issue, nor can they raise any issue. But I think if you interviewed every one of them, they would just be happy that they're going to have an anchor, another anchor actually, because Chick-fil-A and Panera are sort of anchors also that would draw people into the center so that they
Yeah,
would also shop
I
at.
personally don't think
I
that the
understand.
commission should care what the other tenants feel, because that's the landlord's issue, not ours.
Right.
My issue with
Exactly.
this is that
Exactly.
Attorney Thomas obviously felt that he could play a planning and zoning board and agree to a lease and agree to something that was not approved by our commission.
I
I agree
I don't
just
care
say
who the
if you're,
tenant is.
if you're
we-
referencing
I
Big
agree with-
Y sign, the Big Y sign follows the suggestion that Ginny made in terms of the modification that would be recommended probably by our commission. In other words, the Big Y is taking up several of the panels. The marketplace is like Fountain Square, it's part of the top design, and the address is on the top. So if you're using the Big Y as an example, this doesn't match it.
Yeah, well, actually, what we're using about the Big Y example is we believe that this looks much nicer than that, because, and I don't understand, it looks much nicer. We're not trying to play anybody. We're
No,
dealing
you're-
with a major
Attorney Thomas,
tenant,
you're
and
coming
it's a
into
little
this
bit,
commission and telling the board how things are gonna be. And this is the problem that we have going on with this application and other applications, okay? Applicants coming in and telling us what's gonna go on, and this has gotta stop.
This is a PDD, and you are well aware of what the restrictions and what the benefits and the restrictions are for a PDD. And one of them is that any signage has to be approved by the commission.
the signage we have put in there, if that's the position you're gonna take, we'll certainly go back to the tenant. We believed in dealing with them that this was inappropriate. It was not anything that would stand out different than what was up and down Bridgeport Avenue. It's what they asked for. It's similar to what they have in other places. They are a major anchor, and if the commission says, we will go back to them. We do not believe, frankly, I'll be very honest with you, that putting their name into the white and taking up three rows
Two rows.
looks as nice as what is being proposed here.
Take
Two
4
rows.
rows, take the
Two.
Panera, Chick-fil-A, Urgent Care, and move them all down.
Can I
It
just
goes right in
mention
there, top billing.
that,
Ms. Castro, you had some comments?
just to mention that Mark from the sign company is signed in now as a panelist in case there were questions
Okay.
for him. Just want to let you all know.
Okay. My recommendation is to go back and come up with, leave the Fountain Square where it is. Leave the numbers at the top where it is. Move Trader Joe's and give them down and give them 2 rows, bump everybody else down. Let's look at that option. And, I just don't like this Fountain Square getting minimized the way it is. The shopping center is called Fountain Square. It is not called Trader Joe's. We are very pleased that they want to be as part of it. And I think giving them 2 rows gives them the status that you're trying to achieve.
2 rows or more, I don't know, I think you're right about the placement. And the address, we're trying that everywhere all over town to get the addresses up where people can see them.
Yep. Exactly. Is there,
Keep in mind that this sign is elevated already. This is not a street level sign.
yep,
So
I understand.
So the 745-801 is elevated above above the eye level of the car drivers.
Mm-hmm. All right, is there a motion to table?
Commissioner
Commissioner
Parkins will make a
Kelly, I'll
motion
make
to
a
table.
motion to table.
Okay, I heard both from Commissioner
Commissioner
Parkins.
Parkins will second.
Okay, so Commissioner Kelly's made the motion to table. Commissioner Parkins is seconding it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
All right,
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The record show the vote was 6-0 to table, with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. We have 2 more meetings this month, and we look forward to seeing what alternate design can be presented to the commission. Okay, the last and final sign is Walmart. Commissioner Parkins, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah,
Excuse me,
this-
before Commissioner Parkins, I just have a question. We have the original that the subcommittee reviewed, and I have the revision available to share. I also have the applicant online available to discuss.
Okay, how about Commissioner Parkins, could you just go over what was it that?
So, yeah, so just quickly, we had no issue. They wanted to put an outdoor living on one of the triangular I don't know, facades. And then they wanted to put pickup on the last one, but they wanted the last one to be a blue to match the Walmart sign, which I just didn't think was necessary, and it's really just going to make it stand out. So we asked that they just keep the tops of those colors all the same, and that they put the pickup to be the same size in lettering as the outdoor I think it says outdoor living or something like that. So, and it looks like they've complied with that. So,
So this is the updated one, Ms. Castro?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so if you were you pulled up the driveway, you took a right, you're looking at the entire building. As we are all familiar with, the section on the right where we have those pitched roofs, the four of them, that's where their outdoor enclosed yard.
Center, yeah. Their outdoor center.
Is. So, yeah, right now the pickup signs are scattered through the parking lot. So
Correct.
I think this is a good way to go. Anybody have any questions for Commissioner Parkins or Ms. Castro or the representative from the sign company? Okay, and the signage over the door, the main doorway, that's new as well?
They're resurfacing.
Oh, okay.
I'd also like to point out, and I didn't realize prior to our subcommittee meeting, that this change also included the paint color change. And I was just made aware of that after I didn't notice the difference. It's already gray.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a refresh on the paint color.
For the Walmart sign or for the outdoor living and pickup?
For the building.
The building itself, yeah.
Okay.
Could you scroll down and see if the color legend is there? It is on A2, which is one of the originals, the other way. Good, yeah, go the other way.
Hold on, I gotta move
Yeah, you're
the
scrolling.
buttons here. The other way to the left or?
Oh, higher, go high. Move it up. There you go, that way. Keep going. All right. And go to the right, so go. All right, let's go up a little more. There you go. See the colors there on the right?
Yep.
Zoom in on that. All right, so there we go. There, the colors are yellow, red, black, dark gray. Where are you going? Okay. Walmart blue, light gray, medium gray. So those are all the new colors that are going to be somewhere on the outside of the building somewhere.
Yeah, so we're primarily looking at these bottom two grays. They seem to be consistent with the neutral colors that we've been, earth tones.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you said that the representative from the sign company is on?
Yes.
Okay.
Margie, if you can unmute yourself.
So if you look at what's on the screen, above the dark gray exterior where the doors are, up above it says P49E. Does that match one of those colors in that legend, the color legend? There you go. Yes, P49E is the fourth color down. Okay, so everybody can get an idea. If you look closely at the elevation, all the little oval blocks that say P something or other shows you what colors are going to be used where. Where's that red one going to be used? Is Margie with us?
That's the burst. I believe that's the burst. The
To the
logo
right?
burst.
Right, Walmart looks yellow.
I don't know. I can't see it right now.
Yeah. Is the applicant's representative here?
I have someone else raising. Margie, are you available? I'm promoting Lisa.
Alex, can you just move it over to where the Walmart sign is?
Yes, sorry, trying to multitask. Sit down.
The main entrance is way up at the top. The other way. Okay, there's one. Okay, I don't see any right there. So do we have a representative yet?
Yes, hi, I am here.
Okay,
I'm a
so,
representative from the architectural firm.
okay, just state your name and the company you represent for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Liebman, and I work for MMA Architects.
Okay. Lisa, have you been listening in to our conversations?
Yes.
Okay, anything specific you want to point out or add?
No, the colors, we're pretty much going to be matching the same colors on the building today, just refreshing the paint, replacing the signage. As you see, I noticed you spoke about the red color. The red color is all for safety, fire markings and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, on bottom of sheet A2.1, bottom left corner, it says something about pharmacy. Where's that sign going? Way down. Keep going.
It's right here.
Oh.
The pharmacy the pharmacy is next to the main Walmart sign.
Is that there now?
Yes,
It's
so currently
lower.
there is a pharmacy sign. We're just relocating it to a new location.
Where is it presently?
It's about here.
So it's in the same area but higher.
Yeah.
Okay. And over those pointed areas, it's going to say, was it that first word, landscape?
This is outdoor.
Outdoor. Okay, there you go. Outdoor.
So it used to say outdoor living here,
Okay.
and now they're moving just outdoor.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then
And it will be the lettering is going to be the same size as the pickup, correct?
Yes, it will be a 2-foot high sign.
okay. And then Ms. Castro, if you could go down to the second page. That Walmart pylon sign. The only thing that it brought to mind is if the company is going to be doing any work down in that pylon sign, which is like halfway down the driveway. They maybe should look into removing some of the brush that's there because it's just obliterating really
You should
looking
put
at
it in
that
the
sign.
center of the Esplanade they have. I don't know why it's off to this. I don't know, anybody finds Walmart. I guess everybody does.
That has a history. This sign has a history, as does Walmart there from
Mhm.
years and years and years ago
Yeah.
with the Planning and Zoning Commission. So
Yeah, the brush needs to be addressed.
No, it's up to them if they want to be seen, I guess, right?
well, the commission was trying to not make it so prominent, which is why
Yeah.
it is where it is.
Yeah, it's just that there's a lot of overgrowth there and it really looks messy. So, all right, any other comments, questions, or concerns about this particular sign application?
We also wanted to bring attention that the pickup sign will have a directional arrow attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just to direct the customers to where the parking spaces will be.
Yeah, that's also on the bottom of the row of the second page. You can see the arrow. Okay.
Well, so unless people are looking up, I don't know really that adds much to it, but I don't have any issue with it.
The one on the bottom of the second page is identified as, I guess, sign number 3. That is the one that's going to go on the exterior of the building. See that there in the left, right there.
Yes, that's the sign.
That's going up above the pointy area, in the pointy area, the triangle area.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any other further comments, questions or concerns of the commission?
This Commissioner Ticky, I would motion for approval.
Okay, is there a second?
Commissioner Parkins will second.
Okay, so on the motion to approve made by Commissioner Ticky, seconded by Commissioner Parkins. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Okay, thank you very much. Next thing on the agenda is the application for business occupancy of Roaring Boar. This is at 509 to 517 Howe Avenue. this was on the December 11th agenda, but it was tabled as the applicant was not able to be present. Is the applicant present at this time?
Yes, he is.
Hear me?
Yeah, maybe put up your volume a little more or get closer.
Okay.
Okay, identify yourself for the record, please.
This is Matthew Calandro.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Calandro. What would you like to tell us?
So we are working on a new restaurant called the Roaring Boar, which is going to be 509 to 513 Howe Avenue. I'm sorry, 511 to 513 Howe Avenue. It's a 4,000 square foot venue. We'll serve Americana, barbecue, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We'll have a music venue with a stage, and we plan on doing some community theater there as well. It will have a unique operational plan in that 3,500 square feet will be self-service to a degree, or you will come in and there'll be a QR code on your table. Somebody will bring the food to you. We will not accept tips for those seats. There will be another 500 square foot space that will be act like a regular restaurant. It'll have its own bar, about 12 seats and 4 high tops. And that will be basically a VIP experience with a bourbon bar. And that's generally what we're looking to accomplish here.
Okay, Ms. Castro, could you put up the floor plan, please? All right, so there's the entrance to the main restaurant in the middle. Is that it? The one that says
So you look at on the bottom of the screen would be where New England Stair Company is. And then
Right.
towards the front, obviously, is Howe Avenue. You could see as you enter into the building from Howe Avenue, you'll come in, there'll be a large bar. If you're coming in, it would be to the right, about a 40-seat bar. To the left, the square box in the middle is where the open kitchen will be. And in the left, or I should say, yeah, the left will be where the VIP bourbon bar will be.
Okay, those large swings, those are windows that open, or those are doorways?
But they're just windows, no windows that will open in the front. Ultimately, we plan on coming back to revise our PDD that's on the property currently, hopefully next month. The architect is working on it now, that we plan on having a tech session with you as soon as possible once that's available. But there will be no windows opening on the Howe Avenue. You will ask when we modify the PDD to put a patio on the rear of the building. And in that case, we would have just dining out there, but no music or anything of that nature.
All right, so that's a separate issue. So there are 2 existing doorways now, and those 2 existing doorways are staying. And those are the ones that are 2 feet 11 in width. Okay, but the 7 feet 11, why is there?
It's just a program that I used and it didn't have fixed plate glass. I was struggling with fixed plate.
Right.
The existing that you see in the building now are going to stay, obviously dressed up a little bit more.
All right, only concern I have is having a separate entrance to your VIP lounge.
So the separate entrance is going to actually be accessed through the main entrance. So the door that you see to the right of the screen will be for emergency exit only.
Okay.
And the whole shtick here is that we're looking to kind of create a Roaring 20s vibe in this scenario. And so you'll come into the area and then you'll go through that little cube where the large piece of the restaurant meets the smaller lounge area, and you would access it through there. So we're really looking to, keep the music away from that VIP access because a lot of people aren't going to want to listen to music in some instances. So we've kind of closed that off, and there's actually a brick wall that separates these two pieces. Ultimately, I should say originally, the lounge was a tenant, and then the main area was a tenant. So we basically are adjoining both facades to one, or I should say both spaces to one.
So that's a solid brick wall.
Solid brick wall, built in 1910.
And what's that say in that little block?
Lounge.
No, below it. With the
Alex,
black,
can you turn off that box? Could you click that X, turn off that box?
yeah, the
Get
notifications. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, enlarge that. What does that say inside that little white square?
Oh, that's a restroom.
Restroom?
Yep.
Oh,
That's a separate existing restroom that's already there.
restroom. Okay. And where's the entrance then to the from the interior?
For the actual lounge itself.
Yep.
Right where the that cursor is, right here.
Where's Howe Avenue in relation to this? Up on top?
Top,
Yeah,
correct.
it says new plan.
Yep.
So there's this little, that's it there, where it says 2 feet 6. It says coat room.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna mimic a 1920s lounge, and it's gonna be, basically a area where you come into the coat room, and if you have, the password and all that good stuff, you come in. But it's basically just a gimmick, a marketing gimmick, so to speak.
Mr. Calandro, you do recall that, let's say about 6 years ago, this particular approach was proposed
Speakeasy.
Yeah.
off of Old Bridgeport Avenue, and
Yeah.
it went down in flames.
Yeah,
They had little lounge, little rooms for massage, as I
Oh, yeah.
recall. Or
Yeah.
so it appeared.
and as you know, I've been operating Calarosa for 13 years. We've had 2 police calls in those 13 years. We don't anticipate doing anything foolish. You're going to see from the road what's going on into the VIP lounge. And again, a big part of this is just the way the building laid out. And, we're really trying to revolutionize what casual dining is. Needless to say, it's been very difficult for a lot of restaurants lately, especially casual dining. And so we want to give our customers the option to not be able to tip and get the cost down. And then at the same time, if they want to have a traditional meal and be served and their food and tip and go through all that stuff, that's where the VIP lounge comes into consideration.
Oh, well and good, but I don't know why you have to go through the mechanics of having a password and all that kind of stuff. It's a private dining room. We were at a restaurant just Saturday night in Waterbury, and adjacent to the room we were in was a private room with big French doors, a wall of windows on either side, and you could tell it was private, but it was still part of the restaurant. So.
Well, I think if you look at, some pictures that I've sent, that original lounge was a 1910 smoke shop. It's got original tin ceiling in it, the brick wall. It just really lends itself to a really different experience. There's quite a bit of restaurants down here, and needless to say, we have our challenges downtown. So we're doing everything we can to kind of lure people down here. And hopefully give downtown a little bit of a shot in the arm and see people walking the streets again and bouncing from bar to bar and restaurant to restaurant.
So that big, large area to the left is where people are going to be self-serving, like there's going to be tables with QR codes that people just order.
Yeah, Alex, do you have the 3D that I put up by any chance?
No.
No.
No, these are all the documents that were there as of 12 noon today.
I sent them. I could send something now if you want.
Where is your, so there's no ordering counter? People order from the table.
So if you look at, can you see my cursor here?
No.
Okay. So to the right of the screen, you'll see a little square. That's the parking lot. And in that situation, there's going to be 3 parking spaces dedicated to grab and go. So everything will be done electronically. When you want to order your coffee or whatever the case may be, you're gonna pull into these spots and you're gonna put your car in and we're gonna bring the food out. It's not gonna be a drive-through or anything of that nature. We'll see a red Kia that comes in that, paid for, burnt ends or whatever it is, and we'll bring the food out. As
Yeah,
it relates
Just
to,
like any of the other fast food places that you go and you sit and park in a spot and you tell them, here I am. So that's fine. I have no problem with the outside.
so then going to the left, in the main area, you'll have tables in the front by Howe Avenue, and you'll have tables in the rear. And in those tables, you'll have basically a QR code that you scan your table and it tells us where we bring the food out to you.
I'm just curious as to why wasn't that the layout tweaked to show where these tables are being laid out? Is that still something you're working on?
No, I do have it, and I did send it, but I could send it again, if you give me a couple minutes, but I don't want to hold you up, but I could send it again.
Well, while you're doing that, is there something further towards the back you want to point out? You have a kitchen there. Is further back, is that the stage area or something?
So basically, in the back, you'll see 4 unisex bathrooms, of which 2 are handicap accessible.
Mm-hmm.
On the corner, ultimately, so this building abuts where 509 Howe Avenue is. So currently, CSPA Dance Studio and Sheltered Kitchen. And so there's about where that little square box, there's about an 8-foot hallway that basically goes all the way out and leads out to the parking lot. So
That's the access for those tenants for the second floor?
correct. So
Okay.
ultimately, we want to basically allow the egress to come right out of the back of the building so we could use pretty much all the dead space that, it's a very large hallway and it's a brick build, the brick, we want to expose the brick and all that good stuff.
All right, is there anything there that you emailed to Ms. Castro?
I'm gonna do it right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't see it. I uploaded everything that was part of the application. I know we had a discussion, so we saw some colored, but they were not part of the application.
Give me one second.
Is it a big file, Matt?
It's a good size one, yeah.
It might just be getting caught up somewhere.
It's in more than one page?
Just one page.
Okay. Ms. Castro, in the meantime, part of the paperwork submitted was the PDD that was approved for number 93 for this particular building back in 2019.
Yes, would you like me to pop?
No, it's just wanted the applicant to verify as of this time, this is the document that he's applying under, which notes on page 2, permitted use 5D, food service with sit-down service accessory to the main use with no drive-through service permitted.
Did it come, Alex?
Yes, you don't need me to put the PDD up, right? Sorry.
No,
I think
no, just the updated layout.
This is a little difficult to share the way I have it.
How about this? Can you see this?
I have-
Yes,
Well, this is good.
there it is.
I can't really move it around.
No, but can you move, the top right, is the screen enlarged as much as it can be?
Yeah.
All right, so that's a much better idea.
That's an earlier version. I did it quickly, but you get the gist of it. The change in this version is just the bathrooms. The pool table is going away. And
Table,
excuse me.
no pool table and none of that air hockey thing in the middle?
No, we're gonna have have foosball and kind of have a barcade component, Buck Hunter, and some of the popular bar games. But we didn't want to deal with the shuffleboard. And then you could see in the front where the lounge is, kitchen is there, and then basically
You have 6 tables in the front, but how many seats are around that second section? You have
Well,
4 in the middle.
it really depends on what the night brings. So if we have a large band and we're gonna bring in a good sized band, then we'll break down the tables and not have any. But if it's more of a community event and we need to get seating, it's basically 4,000 square feet. So you can get anywhere up to 150 to 200 people.
I'll ask the commissioners to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see indoor entertainment as being a permitted use in the existing PDD. So are you looking to modify it?
where you're going to accommodate 200 or 300 people parking.
We don't typically get involved in that. That's a state thing with the liquor license, whether they apply, but they don't ask us if we approved it. It's not something, we don't really get involved in the table seating. It's really up to the fire marshal to determine what the capacity is, and they can accommodate the seating based on that. They have the standing room versus the seated room. And then the music, there's quite a few restaurants that have, whether it's a single band or 5-person band, but that's based on liquor control, not us.
Yeah, my comment is not directed towards any of that. Fire marshal definitely weighs in. My comment has to do with the fact that the applicant is indicating that there's entertainment, and entertainment is not specified as a permitted use.
It's not something I can't find any, we've talked about this one for a bit, and I can't find any previous application for any restaurant that we've discussed whether or not they could have music.
Yes, up at Maddo in the Big Y Shopping Center, that came up, and that's a
I think they had
I thought Bull and Barley did as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the difference here is that we don't have any residential tenants directly where the music is going to be.
It doesn't matter. All the uses that are supposed to be listed that are intended for a space.
Oh, it's just a matter of him adding it to
Yeah.
the statement of uses, right?
That's what I asked. Are we?
It's not that it's prohibited, it's just that it needs to be added to the statement of uses.
Mm-hmm. So the application needs to be corrected so that we are not just approving a business occupancy, so to speak, but we're going for maybe a minor modification to a PDD, which is a totally separate matter as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but are you saying that every single restaurant, bar, anything like that has come before this commission is specifically asked for permission to have a band? There's a lot of places in town.
It's not
that
so
have
much a ban, but the permitted uses are to be stated in their original application. If things change as they happen to do along the way, they're supposed to come back to modify the existing PDD.
Yeah, I know, I understand in the broad scope, but
Mhm.
there has been, I just don't see there's recent or fairly recent establishments that have come before and we've moved forward and I don't specifically recall.
The difference could be whether it was a PDD or not. This is a PDD.
Yeah.
If the other ones are just, the bars down along Center Street they're not PDDs.
Well, is Pier 131 a PDD?
Yes, they are.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they are.
I have live music, I believe, right?
I mean, this is a very specific. So if we haven't granted that carve out in any establishment other than the few that you just named and PDDs such as, well, just PDDs. I don't want to start naming places. And the commission learns that there's bands of any kind, right? Any kind of live music or DJs or anything like that, then there's some obligation to send the ZEO to these
Exactly.
establishments, and
Mhm.
that's
Liquor control, sorry to interrupt you. Liquor control holds a public hearing and they're required to post quite largely that there's an application pending that has acoustic, amplified, non-amplified, whatever it is, and that's where the public goes in, but I am pretty positive, and if Attorney Teodosio can chime in, it's not something we really review or have not in the recent
But
past.
shouldn't the word entertainment or musical entertainment or something to that effect be in the statement of uses for a PDD? That's the question that's on the table, Alex.
Yeah. Is Attorney Teodoso with us?
Yes, not.
I don't have any issue with it. I think what the chairwoman is saying is that it's just not listed as such. And if that's what they want to do there, then just make it a minor modification. Add it to the statement of uses.
If we,
I don't know
agree
why
with
this is
you.
why this is a big deal.
Yeah,
Is there a problem just adding it?
I think we just
Mike-
want to make sure that we are, consistent. I understand that it's a PDD. Many places, and I think some other that are in PDDs do have some music, whether it's one person stringing a guitar or, a small band. There is some ambiance of music, and so I think it makes sense if we do a minor modification, the applicant chooses to go that way. But I think we need to be then consistent with every application that comes before us, or take a look at the restaurants that have live music that don't have it in their statement of uses if they're in a PDD. So I can't recall us having this conversation with other businesses other than Maddo, where there have been concerns about the residents behind.
No, we also had it with the Spotted Horse. It was definitely raised there.
Well,
And
they were
it was
adding an
also raised at El Palio when there was outdoor music and the neighbors across the street complained.
Yeah, those were both outdoor. I remember discussing Spotted Horse when they were adding the tent permanently outside.
Right.
That was
And I mean, a lot of them we don't know. They just start bringing in, say, a piano player or a guitar player, and that's not a big deal. But Matt, I think, is inferring that there may be 200 people coming to this venue for a musical event. That's a much bigger audience than having just a guitar player in the corner.
Yeah, but the audience is secondary to the fact that there's how many people show up is secondary, I think, to the fact that you have musicians there or a musician.
But what does the main business become then? Is it still a barbecue place or is it a music hall?
It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner that has music. I'm navigating around parking. It's basically what's happening here.
Yeah.
If I could make it a family restaurant like Caloroso, I would, but I can't. Because families don't want to be open up Howe Avenue and Center Street, especially for an Italian restaurant for that matter, when there's 30 of them in town. So, I also have tenants to be concerned about. CSPA has been a staple gymnastics studio since 1984. And they basically suck up every ounce of parking till about 7, 8 o'clock. So, that's also why I put the hours where they are, Thursday through Sunday, and, bringing in breakfast to the mix, because I need to figure out how to work with what I got. And, truthfully, I had no intention of opening up another restaurant, but when I bought out my partner and realized how large this building was, how beautiful this building was, how historic this building is, and I know that, me as an owner of the building, I'm going to hang in there through the trials and tribulations of the ebbs and flows of a restaurant business. I can't say that for somebody who's just leasing a 4,000 square foot business with 30 parking spaces. So that's basically what's driving the business plan here. Is I'm trying to figure out a way to take a building that's been basically vacant for quite some time, that's historic, and to provide a service to the community.
Mr. Calandra, I don't think anyone in the commission has any argument with that. I brought up the issue only because I have to make sure that protocol is being followed correctly, and that if something that you intend to do in that particular part of the building is not listed in the permitted uses, it should be, and that I'm not sure if that is covered under it coming in as just a business occupancy and a application for a certificate of zoning compliance, or we have to have a minor modification just to add it. It's not hard to do. It's just
So, Madam Chair, a modification to the statement of uses would require a major modification. It's a regulation change. It would require a public hearing, but just to be consistent, there's every restaurant within a PDD, mainly every restaurant, has the band or some type of music. We would then have to go and have every PDD change their statement of uses to allow this.
now, I think it was done already in their application process.
We specifically ask if they're going to have entertainment. That's one of the questions we always ask folks that are starting up a new bar or restaurant is, are you going to have entertainment?
Mm-hmm.
And every restaurant is going to need, fire marshal, P&Z's signature when they apply for their permit. And that's where you designate whether you have live music or not. I really don't have a problem.
You have to designate it at that time, but I'm saying to you right now, I'm not moving this application forward until we get a clarification, and that needs to be done before we can do anything else. If we are not following the right protocol, we're just setting ourselves up for a problem. I don't care what other restaurants existing, and if somebody has come in and they have approval to do one thing and then they do another, that's what we have a CEO for.
I completely respect it. And honestly, it's some point, because like I said, I will be coming back with a major modification. So I can address it then if need be. I just, it is a restaurant. It's not an entertainment hall. So permitted use is a restaurant, I believe. Caloroso has music. I wouldn't call that a music hall. So, but my point is that whatever we need to do, we can address, when I ask for the major modification next month or the month after, whenever it's ready.
Madam Chair, could we get an answer from Attorney Teodoso on this? And if
I've been attempting.
Let me finish, will you please?
Okay, go ahead.
If the applicant would mind just to withdraw and resubmit when we get the answer from Fran.
I have been attempting to reach Attorney Teodoso.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't have to be done tonight, does it?
Right. If the applicant is, we could also just table this.
Yeah, why does he have to withdraw it?
Yeah, we could just table it.
Whatever.
Yeah.
We just keep going on with this.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to get to a conclusion here. So, is there?
I wouldn't be able to start pulling permits or anything like that until next month, potentially.
That is correct.
Attorney Teodoso is online.
Good. Okay. Is he a panelist?
Yes.
Okay. And does he have his audio up?
He does.
Okay, Attorney Teodoso. Mr. Calandro is here to get a business occupancy approval. It is under applications for certificate of zoning compliance. In going over the plans that he has for this space on Howe Avenue, he has mentioned that there would be music, entertainment in the rear of portion of the space itself inside. And when I looked at the PDD that was approved for this, which is number 93, and it was adopted January 8th of 2019, effective January 25th of 2019. On page 2, permitted uses do not specifically state anything having to do with music or entertainment. And my concern is because it is not specifically listed, we should not be just approving a business occupancy, but it should probably be a modification of some sort to include that as a permitted use. Am I going in the right direction or not?
Well, have you done that with your other restaurants?
Whenever we have had, based on comments that other commissioners have made, naming other particular establishments, we have asked them if there was going to be entertainment. So I don't have anything in front of me to say, okay, here's the PDD for this particular one, and this, it specifically states it or not, but I'm feeling that it's lacking in this one.
Well, perhaps our staff needs to do a little bit of research with other venues such as Spotted Horse and other bars that have opened up recently that are within a PDD, and see if entertainment is included in their statement of uses, and then we'll have our answer as to whether we're being consistent or not.
Right. But whether or not we're being consistent, a use like that, I feel, should be included in the permitted uses. If that's what the applicant is doing, it's going beyond permitted use 5D, food service with sit-down service accessory to the main use with no drive-through service permitted.
I tend to agree with the chairman.
All right, so is the best approach then would be just to table this, give staff a chance to pull PDD paperwork for other establishments, and for us to schedule this, maybe not for next week, but for the 22nd. Everything is a regular meeting, so it doesn't mean that we have to wait until the first meeting of February, which was usually in the past whenever we had an application for certificate of zoning compliance.
I think you can get an answer very quickly. I put it on as soon as possible.
I'll make a motion to table this and ask staff to do research on similar situations with PDDs.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a motion made by Commissioner Parkins to table. There's a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of tabling, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show that their vote was 6-0 to table, with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next is an application from Mark Cody, 33 Hilltop Drive, for an accessory dwelling unit. For the record, on November 25th, 2024, the Zoning Board of Appeals approved a variance to reduce the minimum setback of the right sideline from the required 30 feet to 20 feet. And if you looked at the site plan, you would see that if you were looking at it from Hilltop Drive, that reduction is to the left of the building, but ZBA says right and left to them is if you're standing in the doorway and you're looking at the street. So I just want to clarify that. I had an extensive conversation with the chairman of P&Z earlier today to clear that up. Okay, does everybody understand? All right, so is the applicant present?
Yes, I also have our CEO, Ron Baya, on.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Cody, would you please identify yourself for the record, or is it the person who did the design?
Yes, it's Ed Lomax with Detail Designs.
Okay,
And I'm here representing Mr. and Mrs. Cody.
okay, very good. Sir, how do you spell your last name?
Lomax.
Okay, thank you. So what do you want to share with us?
So basically, the ADU is being built for the mother of Mrs. Cody,
Mhm.
and the square footage for the building is 750 square feet, and it has an entrance on the driveway side and another, I guess, an exit or an entrance on the back off of the mudroom. And the building is adjoining the existing building on the, I guess that would be considered the right side of the building.
Mhm.
And there is a door that goes between the living room of the existing building and the living room of the new space, the new building.
Okay. Ms. Castro, can you find drawing A-1.10? It shows the layout of the proposed addition. It says first floor plan on the bottom left corner. There you go. So looking at it from Hilltop Drive, the addition would be on the left. It adjoins the existing living room with a doorway. And then the two squares to the right, one has a diagonal line through it. What is that part of the?
That's the existing house, and I'm just delineating that the living room is the space in the existing house that's closest to the new ADU.
Okay, and then if you look on the back left corner of the addition, you see enclosed porch, mudroom, and you said off of that is the second exit.
Yeah, there's an exit that goes into the backyard area.
Okay, so it's a walkout. It's no stairs required, or?
No, in fact, that's the plan is a little bit behind the elevation. There's a step down from the enclosed area on the back side. So that door is actually on the back side, and there's a set of stairs that walks down into the backyard.
Okay, all right, and then could you just explain why the addition was put on the left side of the house and not the right, where you have an asphalt driveway that goes down?
That was due in part to the fact that on that side of the house, you also have the garage, which they didn't want to eliminate the garage nor the deck. And in truth, the reason why we also put it on this side was because this is very approximate to the bump out on the right. The bump out on the right includes the garage, but it also has above it living space.
So you're looking for some balance.
Yeah, to balance the look of the house.
Okay, and then the proposed driveway, it looks like it's pretty close to the setback line. Why was it positioned there and not going straight up to the addition? On sheet, the zoning location survey shows that.
Yeah, I could see that one too, because I think the basic rationale was that the driveway could be on the right of way.
Which one are you looking for? I'm sorry.
It's
That
the
would be-
first one in the set. Zoning location survey, it's like the cover sheet.
What's the number of the drawing?
There isn't one, it's like the,
0.1.
it's the one, the Lewis Associates zoning location survey.
Yes, survey is.
Yeah, keep using those arrows. It doesn't, you might have to go back the other way.
That's the site plan, and then the survey should be the next one. Here it goes.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
All right, so there's your addition. The driveway looks, it's like to the left, so.
Correct.
Is it like a little sidewalk that's proposed
Yeah.
to lead up to the stairs?
Right, so the paved area runs down along the side because of the fact that the entrance to the ADU is on the driveway side. So that would be the left of the building,
Mhm.
front side of the building. And the car, when the person gets out the car, they would be able to just walk from the driveway easier than if the driveway was right in front of the house. And then we wanted to also balance the way the house and the paving areas look, because on the right side of the house where the driveway is, that's a paving area, and it's sort of like on the far right, and then the paving area for the ADU was going to be on the far left. So just a balance issue more than anything else.
And that paving, which the zoning board of appeals made as a condition, it was not to be a gravel driveway, but it was to be a paved driveway. That continues to that little square which says 20.1. That's the extent of it.
Correct. It doesn't go all the way to the length of the
Addition.
ADU. It stops in sort of like 7-8 feet inside of that space.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just out of curiosity, and could you confirm to the stairs that go up to the side entrance, is the landing only 3 feet wide? That's on sheet A-2.10.
Yes. That landing is only 3 feet wide.
Okay, speaking from experience, having my mother lived with us for 5 years, between the ages of 98 and 102.
Wow.
There were several times going in and out of the front door until we expanded our front landing that we were squished to get inside the house, to open the screen door and have her not be behind me, so that with the chance that she may fall back down the stairs. But to have her beside me was really tough. So I just might want to maybe put just a bee in your bonnet as to maybe thinking that it should be expanded. That's all,
Okay.
just for safety reasons, because
Sure.
just until that was done, it was very difficult at
Right.
her age to hold on to her and open a door and make sure she didn't fall. So, but any commissioners have any questions? Okay, I don't hear anything. Is anyone have any?
So the common wall meets the regulations.
Ms. Castro?
Mr. Byatt can,
I'm on, Chairman Hardrick, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Yep, this one is a classic ADU, as I would call it. It abuts to the principal structure, wall to wall. It has its entrance from living room to living room. And it has its second means of egress, to the rear. So yeah, this is it meets the square footage that is needed. It fits within that guidelines. So this one here, meets the regulations and seems to be, as I would call it, a quintessential ADU. If they were all with this easy, we'd have it really easy.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lomax, and Ms. Castro, was there any concerns expressed by any of the abutting neighbors?
Well, in the basic survey of the neighbors, both through the certified mailings and conversations and calls that were made before the ZBA hearing, the only questions that were asked were related to what type of surface were we going to be using for the driveway. So I think that we were happy to hear that people were not really interested in it being a gravel driveway. The paved driveway was what the owner preferred. We weren't sure though how the ZBA would react to something paved versus something that was more impervious like gravel, but it seems like even the neighbors preferred that we do a paved driveway so that the gravel wouldn't get into the road and then there'd be just a mess all the time.
Right. That leads me to something I just thought of. What's the grade change from the street down to where the proposed driveway would end? Are we gonna having
Sure.
some water being directed to the rear of the property that might eventually cause some kind of erosion for the rear property owner?
At the front part of the property and stepping back to where the driveway terminates, that's pretty level. Beyond that point, the grade does drop down probably like 4 feet. So we really try to keep the driveway off of the hill to keep because it's also for a person who, there might be ambulatory problems later.
Right.
It would just be easier to kind of keep it on flatter side of the site there. So the front is it doesn't drop off that much. It starts to drop off at the midpoint of the existing house to the backyard.
Right. Are there any subsurface drains that need to be installed to make sure that water isn't, you have like a little waterfall that's going over?
I think there is a requirement to take the water from the new roof to a drainage. There's a drainage pit.
Alley?
Yeah, so that is part of the code. So I believe that's how this will be connected.
Okay. But any water running from the driveway edge down onto the rear yard? Any plans for like a French drain or whatever they call them?
Oh, I see what you mean. You just says as far as the water that comes off of the driveway, whether it would drain off into the back.
Yep.
I think what happens is the drainage of that would also go into I think there's a drain or something that has to be in the driveway. I didn't get that clarified by the surveyor, but there is something that's supposed to happen with the water that comes off of the driveway. It's not just going to be arbitrarily thrown into the backyard.
Yeah, there's got to be a system to
right to capture that water.
That's
and
right.
Put it into a cap. I forget what they call it. A galleon. For lack of a better word.
It's a galley. Yeah. All right, Mr. Byatt, do you have any comments on that particular point?
Not really. I thought that either the galleon or a curtain drain. I think that's the way that this was designed, and it will take the water. It should take the water and carry it to the back of the house without being a disturbance or nuisance to anybody else or any neighbors.
Okay, let's hope that goes into, not a hope, but it will be contained. We would not want to create any more work for you, Mr. Baya, having to go out and investigate a complaint that there's a lot of water now eroding somebody else's property.
I agree. I think before I sign off on a permit, though, we'll make sure that the drain's in place and that the grade is proper as well.
Good. Okay, any commissioner have any comments or questions for the applicant's representative?
Nope. I make a motion to approve the application.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the accessory dwelling unit at 33 Hilltop as submitted from Commissioner Parkins. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Commissioner Kelly.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve made by Commissioner Parkins, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a good night. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on next to old business application 2418. which is Dominic Thomas for David Chukta for a text amendment to Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission regulation. Section 35, Table 1. Public hearing for this application opened August 28th and it closed October 16th. How does the commission wish to proceed with this application? Floor is open for discussion. This is the application where the Table 1 of the design residential development setback from track perimeter property line that's currently at 75 feet for R1A, R1, and R3 districts would be eliminated.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Cristiano, so if I'm correct to understand, the R3 setback is 20 feet for the side, or for the rear and the front, and 8 feet to the sides. Is that correct from my understanding?
I don't have anything in front of me. What are you reading from?
I believe it was the chart that was submitted for an R3 zone. The request was to limit it to 0 from 75 to 0.
Yeah, remove it entirely.
Correct. So I'm not in favor of that. You know,
That's the text change. That's not this. This is just the zone change to R3.
Right. Unconstitutional.
There's three separate issues going on here.
Okay, then.
The first one, if I believe I'm correct, please correct me if I'm not, but this particular application is just to change it to R3.
This,
That is correct.
this one is application
No.
2418, which is the text amendment to the DRD.
Yes, pull up 2418
Which is changing the
application.
setbacks.
Yeah. Ms. Castro, just pull up the application because page 1 specifically states, see attached proposed text change to section 35, table 1. And that table is on page 2.
Yes, give me
So
one.
that's the
Yep.
setback.
I'm loading.
Correct.
Sorry.
Yep, to eliminate the setback from track perimeter property line from 75 feet to basically 0 for R1A, R1, and R3 districts. At the time that there was,
Is this application 24-19?
no,
18.
2418, 18. It's the first item under old business.
This is 18, 19 is next.
All right, it says 19 on the,
I must have a unrevised
That's
no,
agenda.
There was a
The
second.
revised
agenda
agenda was sent at 5:18.
Today?
Yesterday.
yesterday. So 18 is this chart that we
Yes.
see on the screen now.
yes.
So if I'm correct, and just hear me out, right? So I don't agree to the 0 setback. I would be of the opinion that on this parcel only, and I don't know how this would be written. I'm not in favor of a change in all R3 zones. It would be on this parcel only, if that's possible.
There isn't a parcel specified or connected to this application.
Okay,
It's
Right.
just
So
this. So
Okay,
you
so-
have to just look at it
okay, so,
as to eliminate it or modify it. We could
Okay.
approve something that is up to a certain part. We could do something where we say something to the effect of it would be a commission discretion on
So-
each application. So
so my opinion on this particular parcel, in this particular application, that I agree with the R3 setback of 20 feet. It would be on all sides, because in my opinion that there's really no sides when you're putting in a development, there's no side or rear. Every side is a rear, or every side is a side, right? There's clearly a front. That's where the exit is onto a street, onto the main street, the exit point, but every other side is a side or a rear. So I think everything should be 20 feet. my other point to this particular application that was brought up in the comments from the public during the hearings was on the, I believe it's the north side, so it would be the rear of the property. There is the paper road, I believe it's.
Whoa, 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 Commissioner Cristiano,
Yes.
there is no other action before us except to whether or not
Well,
this chart should be modified to eliminate the
it's-
lines in red. This is not tied in to a specific application. Is Attorney Teodoso with us still?
This is Commissioner Ticky. I was going to just continue the discussion. Specific to 2418, I agree with what Commissioner Cristiano was saying about, I don't think that we should be taken down to 0. I think that there needs to be some buffer, and I do think that having the commission to have some discretion as a text change to see what we might get in the future. So I don't think it should be 0. I do not think it should be zeroed out, and we can discuss what that might be, but I do think that there should be a buffer.
Yeah, that's kind of
Can I ask
discussion.
a basic question? This is way back. I think I used to know what this was all about. I've kind of lost it. What does setback from tract perimeter property line refer to?
I
The
don't think
tract
we-
being the entire property.
property.
How is,
Perimeter is the outside.
all right, so I think there was some discussion that there, or a suggestion by our attorney that we make it up to 75 feet, and that would leave
Right.
it a total discretion of the commission on every parcel as to how much setback should be required.
But no less than 20.
So also the idea that there might be situations where a property would be butting up to open space and that you would not then likely need another 75 feet of buffer. I think that was the argument. That makes sense to me, frankly.
Yeah, I think your recall is exactly what was discussed. I have some notes on my original application that there was a suggestion that it read up to 75 feet and not eliminate it entirely.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Cristiano, do you have any further comments?
Oh, Attorney Tizioso is asking.
Okay, Attorney Teodoso.
I just want to clarify for the commission what I had said to them before. If you change that regulation to 0 to 75 at your discretion, or just put at your discretion, then you get the ability to consider each application on its own merits, and you have a uniform policy with regard to these kinds of applications throughout the city. I think that's what you were alluding to, Mr. Cristiano, when
Correct.
you were saying that this particular project you consider to have certain attributes or non-attributes, but you'd want the ability to look at others as you go along. You can do that if you change the language the way I suggested.
Okay, I just want to make clear that 2418 is only for this, what's shown on the screen change with to, however, it is not tied into a specific other application. There
But
is
it's a
nothing
text
that,
change.
yeah, it's a text change, that's all. Okay, go ahead.
The text change would apply throughout your app for all your applications as they come in.
Yes, it does have impact on other, anything that happens in the future, definitely.
Correct.
Yes.
That recommendation makes sense to me, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, could you just reinstate that recommendation?
Me or Attorney Teodoso?
Commissioner Harger, I guess, or.
I think what was recommended to us was that we not eliminate it, but change it to say that we would require up to 75 feet of buffer on these applications.
Okay.
And that would give us complete discretion.
Mhm.
I just think it's going to be very hard for us to go case by case on a regulation like this. I think it's just the up to 75 feet is just too
broad.
just too broad, too loose. I just think we're gonna struggle with this every single time.
But this
Well,
is
we
only
are
for-
anyway.
This text change is being done for a specific application, and I'm always against text changes to satisfy a specific application. Why could they not just come in for a variance?
I don't think they can prove hardship.
Mhm. This is only for a DRD. How many DRDs do we get? And we do have the discretion to say no.
Well, we
and-
don't get a lot because the way the regulation is written, but now if we're going to start changing that regulation for every time somebody wants to come in with a DRD, why not just change the whole regulation then to something that's more palatable overall, not for a specific application? I'm not in favor of changing this.
Paul, have we established that this is a DRD? I mean, you're looking at some of the regulations of it, it has to be so many square feet, so on and so forth. I'm not quite sure if this even says, that this tract of land is suitable for the DRD.
Well, it will be if they don't have any setback that's necessary. But could it also be solved? Well, I'm not an architect, but could it also be solved by taking 1 or 2 units out of the proposed development
That's true.
that are close to that setback?
I think that's a discussion we need to have when an application comes along that way.
I
So that-
completely agree with that,
Yeah.
but this is the application that's before us now.
Right. So do we want to change table 1 and the DRD? Do we want to eliminate it or not? We know the implications, and yes, text changes don't come about unless somebody has something planned down the road. We're all aware of that. These just don't come up because somebody didn't have nothing to do one day and they decided, oh, let's apply to change something in the regulations. So the implications are there. It's what do we feel works best for the city?
I've made my position clear, I think. So that's
Mm-hmm. Okay.
how I see it.
As have I.
Okay, we've heard from the ladies. Let's go back to the gentleman.
I said at the top, I don't want it to be zeroed out. I do think the commission should have some discretion. I don't think that up to 75 feet cuts it because I think that's much too broad. So I'd be okay with the range, or I'd be okay with lessening it to a lower number.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of,
that's kind of arbitrary. For us to pick a number is it's arbitrary.
right. I agree. I mean, we should either change it or keep it, period.
Yeah, I'm more likely just at the commission's discretion because every application that comes in has its own layout and its own advantages and disadvantages. So
why are there any setbacks?
Yeah, why did we make setbacks, right?
these regulations have been in place for what? How many years? The DRDs? What was the rationale behind it then?
They're not that old. They are not that old, Jenny.
They're not.
And it was well thought out at the time. Unfortunately, Tony Panico's not around for us to ask, but
that's right.
So then if we keep it, and in the future, if someone gets a variance and proves a hardship, so be it. But if they don't, then we keep it as is, and that's been our reg, and that continues to be our reg.
That's a very good answer.
So we leave it as is, and any applicant would be encouraged or be aware of the fact that they need to go for a variance.
Correct.
That's a problem.
Is that compatible to everybody?
that's Fine
Okay,
with me.
I don't
Right.
agree, but
so is there,
I don't agree, so that's fine. That's fine. It seems like you have a consensus or you have most everybody on board with that.
okay, I don't believe we need to have any resolution prepared for this, so is there someone that would like to make a motion for application 2418?
If you're not changing anything, do you have to do anything?
No, we have to vote to either approve or deny.
So I would motion for denial of application 2418.
And I would second that.
Okay, so there's a motion to deny 2418 from Commissioner Tiki, seconded by Commissioner Kelly, and then on a roll call vote to deny. Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
aye for denial.
Aye for denial.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly,
Aye for denial.
Commissioner Tiki,
Aye for denial.
Commissioner Cristiano,
Aye for denial.
Commissioner Motto,
No.
oh, you're a nay for denial, okay? And Commissioner Harger votes A for denial. Motion is passed by a vote of 5-1. No abstentions. Okay. Next agenda item is application 2419. Dominic Thomas for David Chukta at 0 Constitution Boulevard and 0 Wybosset Street, 3 parcels, assessors map 92, lot 85, assessors map 78, lot 123, assessors map 93, lot 1, for a zone change from R1 and R2 to R3 zoning. Let's see. The public hearing for this application opened October 16th and closed December 11th. How does the commission wish to proceed with this particular application? Floor is open for discussion.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cristiano,
Go right ahead.
correct me if I'm wrong as I proceed. So when I was reviewing the documents contained in here, there were two different site maps that were submitted. One from 2023, October of 2023, one from October of 2024. And they had two different areas. And the concern I had was on the, as I mentioned earlier, on the, I guess on the north end of the property or the rear of the site is a paper road. I believe that's the term of Wybosset, I believe is the name. That was never developed by the city. I'm assuming the city still owns that road. Now, considering the neighborhood, the public that came in and spoke to the at the public hearing, I'm assuming that the approximate 30 feet that abuts the applicant's property, that the neighbors have encroached upon that 30 feet. Okay, this has been disturbed property that the city hasn't touched forever. Okay. So when we consider, where this property line is it the property line that the applicant owns, or is it 30 feet that the neighborhood believes that their property extends to? Okay. So when there's site maps in there, one site map shows a property line of where the applicant owns. Another site map shows that they've encroached and taken half of the paper road. So my question is, as we proceed with making any sort of decisions on this 2419, what are we making a decision on?
Perhaps
Are
it
we
would
making
be
a
helpful
decision on-
if we put up the map that you're referring to and make sure that we're all looking at the same thing. Would that help?
Well, and again, my point is I don't know the status of this paper road. I don't know what the legality of this road, of this commission, and making any sort of approvals of, does this paper road disappear?
And who owns it, right?
Half of it goes to the applicant, the other half goes to the neighbors, or does it always remain property of the city. But again, we're not looking at the site, right? Or the dwellings, right? That's a different application. We're looking at the site and if I can.
I
The
think
city
it's,
would have to abandon the road, and someone would have to petition to take ownership so that it goes back on the tax rolls.
And that was my limited research was that.
I can
So
address
if
that.
this particular picture here shows half of the abandoned road, if I'm
zoom
correct.
in, Ms. Castro, make it bigger. Okay, and Attorney T also had some comments. All right, so yeah, that purple circles and everything. Go ahead, Attorney T Doso.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to answer this in a couple of parts. First of all, a roadway that's designated is either owned by the city in fee or has a right of way, either of which are not taken from the city by any kind of encroachment, because you cannot get adverse possession against a municipality. So encroachment, movement, neighbors utilizing that portion of a roadway that is on a map that hasn't been abandoned is of no import, of no significance. When a roadway is abandoned, it is abandoned such that a dotted line is drawn down the middle and the two contiguous property owners become the owners of the property after a process that needs to be followed. Usually in communities, it's by the legislative body, the Board of Aldermen in this case. After abandonment, it is not a 100% elimination of the right to drive over that area if in fact any properties are landlocked as a result of the abandonment. It still would carry with it the right to pass and repass, but more in the form of an easement than a roadway. Those are the 3 points you need to consider as you look at these maps.
All right, I think, and Commissioner Cristiano, correct me if I'm wrong, on this particular shaded map, where we have the purple circles, looks like the boundary line goes up halfway through what's crossed out as Bassett Street. Are you saying that this application is deficient in that they are showing that the property would include a paper road, portion of a paper road that has not been abandoned?
That's how I see it. And my question is, when we're asked to make decisions tonight on this application, are we making decisions and ultimately giving the applicant half of this road or not giving applicants half of this road, right? And then again, we don't have the next application in front of us, but when these layouts of this site come into play and setbacks, and we get back to this other application about setbacks, right? The public came in and talked about setbacks. Setbacks to which property line are we talking about? Setbacks to the property line or setbacks to the middle of a paper road? That makes a big difference when we're talking about, just use the example. If we decided on a 20-foot setback, a 20-foot setback is different if it's 15 feet to a middle of a paper road, then that's only 5 feet into the property of the applicant, or is it 15, or is it 20 feet from the actual property line here? So this makes, in my opinion, where the applicant intends to develop is a big question here, because the applicant is submitting paperwork showing that they intend, according to here, to encroach into the paper road.
This doesn't show the development layout. This is identified, it's off the screen as new R3 zone. Now we're formally of Chuckta, 7.4 acres. So it's up to us, I think, to decide, are we in agreement that the portion of the property that goes halfway up the crossed out line that says Bassett Street should also be included as a part of a new R3 zone.
Right, and I understand, but what that would mean is the other half of the paper road is an R4 zone.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah.
I don't know if.
Can I interject here again?
Yes.
Please,
Please.
please do so.
You can change the zone, but still respect the roadway boundary, because you're dealing with ownership when you're dealing with the approval of a specific application and setbacks. So you could have a zone into the middle, but still require a setback from the roadway itself if it hasn't been abandoned.
And not from the middle of the road.
Correct.
Okay.
But do we have the right to do that, to either reject or accept the road as is?
You don't have any control over the road. You have control over the zoning.
Oh.
Correct. Now who has control over the road? The alderman?
The Board of Aldermen control the abandonment of the road.
So they would have to say, yes, we're gonna abandon the road and the property may be divided amongst,
And if they decide not to, then the boundary line
would stand as it is.
stay as it is, correct?
Right.
Chidoso?
Well, the boundary line is what you set. You can set your zone boundary wherever you want. If you carve up properties, there is some case law that says wherever the property abuts the road, the least owner's zone controls. So if you had a piece of property that was R3 and it backed up into one of your more spacious zones, but it fronted on this road, the R3 would control and expand back. But in this particular situation, I don't want to confuse you with that example. In this particular situation, I really think it's kind of a minor issue as to whether or not you extend the R3 zone into the middle of the roadway or not. Because as I said before, the real issue is where the property line is when the application comes in.
Okay, which is a separate thing altogether.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so the bottom line is, how do we want to proceed? Do we want to take the purple section with the circles and make that, then change that to an R3 zone? You've heard testimony from what the zones are in the area. So what's everybody's
Well,
feeling on that?
Madam Chair, I actually feel that seeing that it's really surrounded by basically R3 and R4 building lots. And there are a certain amount, of R2, but not to the great magnitude as the other restrictions or other lots. I feel that and to make it more uniform, we should change it to the R3.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah, some of that R1 to the left that's not in it's got just the dots on it, the polka dots, not in purple.
Yeah, that's on the other side of Constitutional Boulevard.
Right, exactly. But that was like that because that was the property, that's how that property was zoned before Constitution Boulevard
Correct,
went in.
correct.
That's part of St. Margaret Mary's. So you have R2 below Sunset Drive with a cul-de-sac. You've got Dogwood Lane, all R3. You've got Cranston, Pawtucket, Woonsocket, and Westminster as R4. And then you've got Ridge Lane up above as R3. So that's the one thought from Commissioner Kelly. Does anybody else have any comments they'd like to share?
We also just changed the zoning for houses coming down Long Hill Avenue to Constitution, did we not?
Oh, yeah. Yes, we did.
Quite a
Yes, we did.
distance. What did we change that to? Was that to R3?
Attorney Titoso,
Does anybody recall?
I think it was R3.
let me check my chart. That's like the Donovan Lane,
Yeah.
Gamble.
I think it was
Gamble,
R3.
yep, the Gamble, yep.
Hold on, I got my chart. Let me find that. Let's see. No. Gonna take me a minute.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out if the R3, because this, this application is all part of a wider web, if you will, to change the R3 so that they qualified for the DRD. If they don't decide to move forward with the DRD for whatever reason, or they can't, does changing the RD allow more, changing it to an R3 allow more houses as a subdivision to go in than what would be as correct right now?
Yeah, this whole thing, like you say, is so many parts. It's been
Yeah.
very hard to keep it
Yeah.
in
It's a
mind.
mishmash of everything, you know.
And
You're
the
just trying to
order
make
of
a little uniformity.
Because the reason we developed the DRD was to do more cluster housing to avoid the subdivisions, which just take up a lot of extra property.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
and the plan they had here was to preserve the brook.
Right.
And
Yeah, the separate application for a specific development.
Right.
Yeah. So,
But it plays into
that's a
our
very good
decision on this
question,
because
Bruce.
it's,
Yeah. And I think it's been hard for the neighbors to grasp all of these moving parts too and look at it.
yeah, the ramifications of
whole.
doing one thing, what it does to something else, and what and the positive aspects of it, of a change versus the negative. And that's
right. So letting them do what they have a right to do is not necessarily the best outcome.
absolutely,
Right.
that's a good way of stating it, for sure.
But the way that it's currently zoned, it sounds like it would be less lots or units than if it is moved to R3.
Mhm.
That's
Well,
my question. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I would
If
think
they can't do the DRD, and possibly they can't do the DRD because of that setback requirement.
Unless they eliminate a couple of the houses where the setback was the issue.
Well, and here we don't have a plan. I mean, the whole time we're asked to consider all of these variables without a plan in front of us.
Well, there was a
Sketch,
a sketch plan, which
may or may not be.
kind of showed that there was a couple houses very close, which is why they needed to get rid of the setback.
Excuse me, was the question what Gamble Place rezoned to?
Yeah, I think I just found it. Yeah, R1, zone change from R1 to R2 for 8 parcels totaling 19.31 acres.
Correct.
Yeah,
So-
but we also changed the zone for all the way down to Constitution,
R3, yeah.
Yep.
Right?
That was to
Yes.
R3.
that
Yeah.
was to R3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this would, if we approve the change to R3, it would be keeping in what we were doing along Long Hill Avenue. We just stopped there at Constitution.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, everybody understand that?
Best we can.
Yes. Okay.
I
So-
just have concerns about the density of housing under R3. I think if it's kept R1 and R2, you get less housing. And even though if they had qualified for DRD, I know what our intent was when we created it. We've had very few of these sort of applications, but if it's kept as is R1 and R2, that there would be less units there than what you would get with R3.
But not a better project, not
Yeah,
necessarily a better project.
I think that's subjective, and that's up to us and what we think is best for the commission, the city, and we've heard from the neighbors. But I think it would be less units if it's kept as is. So for me, I think I am not in agreement with the zone change.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. There's just consideration as to as of right versus what we could not so much make the applicant do, but have a better control of over what the applicant does, referring back to what Commissioner Parkins said a couple of minutes ago. Okay. Any other comments?
This is a tough one.
Sure, we all are.
No, this one
No,
specifically,
this is just mind-boggling because
Even though I understand what we've done in the past and people have voted different ways with rezoning, but as we always say, we do take every application on a case-by-case basis. And this one there's a lot going on here.
Mhm. Yeah.
it's also going on backwards.
The seeing that we do have the luxury of looking at every application separately and making conditions on it. You know, it was suggested a long time ago to approve what you're comfortable with when an application comes in. If you're not comfortable with the density that they're looking for, then
my issue with this application though is that I'm not necessarily opposed to changing it to R3 if it results in a better project.
Mhm.
But if it's going to result in more units being built, then I'm not in favor of it.
Mhm.
That's my issue. And I don't know what the answer is.
So you want it to be that the idea of that are the DRD type of plan, a cluster plan that would preserve the open space and the buffers between the neighborhood and not have the roads going through the neighborhood, which was
Mhm.
another big part of
Well, those are
leaving it as is.
conditions of approval for any subsequent application.
Well, we don't, if it's a matter of right, you know, if it's zoned and they have a right to go through those neighborhoods, which apparently they do if we don't make these changes.
Right. With the subdivision, they have the right to go through those neighborhoods.
Okay, Attorney Tito, so
without any setbacks, so.
with, would they have the right, seeing that there's only a paper road for them to go and access the property that's with the purple circles through Woonsocket and Westminster?
If there's a paper road there and they get permission to complete that road by the city, they could do it, or if the city decides to do it. Many times an applicant completes a road and then turns it over to the city.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that property is landlocked.
What's
So that property is landlocked.
Well, they can come off Constitution.
Sure they can.
But they don't have to. They can petition the city for an easement across that paper road.
Yeah, that's right. Or so that's how it's been presented to us. That
they could complete that road if the city allows them to.
So in effect, that's the way out, or another way of making sure that the residents where the R4 is noted, that they don't have excessive extra vehicular traffic on their streets. If the city says, no, we're not going to improve it, and we don't give you permission to do so, we're not going to abandon it, it stays as is. And they have to look for another way of access to their property, which they have all along Constitution Boulevard South.
I'm in favor of the change to an R3. I think the question with the next application coming in is going to be the density, and I think we'll deal with that.
The layout.
The layout, the setbacks, the density, that's gonna be a more vibrant conversation, I think, in my opinion.
this isn't vibrant enough. Goodness.
I was thinking the same thing, Elaine.
I
wouldn't say vibrant though. I wouldn't.
Tedious.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I agree with Commissioner Cristiano.
Attorney Tito, so is there anything that we could be held at fault at that we changed the zone in a very adjacent parcels, yet for this one, if we did not, we would be maybe have some predisposition or some other thing that we would be accused of that would show that we're not being fair-minded?
Are you saying if you change the zone now and an application comes in afterwards? Are
It's
you
more like if we don't change the zone now, because we have changed the zone up on Long Hill Avenue, which is a stone's throw away. Is there some reasoning that we could be held at fault? Well, you did it up there, but why aren't you doing it here? What?
No, I think that the neighborhoods are sufficiently close, but have different characteristics. You're not going to be, you don't have to worry about being accused of anything if you don't approve this R3 zone. You approve this on its own merits, whether you think it's a proper change or not.
Right.
I just want to make sure it doesn't have a negative outcome because
Sure.
we're looking for a positive outcome.
Mm-hmm. Right, so
That's my only concern. It's that unknown negative outcome that could happen.
Well, just understand, if you change it to an R3 zone, you have all alluded to what they can do as a matter of right. So whatever the zoning regulations allow, whatever the subdivision regulations allow, whatever they can do with that roadway, they can do. And they can do it to a density of R3 if you change the zone.
Which is even more units than an R2.
That's a given.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
all right, does anybody want to, Ms. Castro, what's the time frame for this particular application
You pull it up.
as to when it would need to be decided by?
One moment.
What are we doing right now?
We closed the public hearing on the 11th. We have,
December 11th, yeah.
yeah,
We're doing the 35-day?
yeah.
I thought we had charts.
We
Okay.
did, February 14th would be the final, so that would be the 12th. Our meeting on the 12th. Or no, we have no meeting on the 12th. It would be the 5th.
Hmm. Okay. So we can continue discussion and on the February 5th and no later than February 5th. We have three meetings before this has to be.
Why are we going to kick this down the road?
Yeah,
what are
we gonna
If you're not,
time?
commissioners are ready to vote, that's fine with me. If
I
you-
think our meetings are very full, so I'm making a motion to deny application 2419.
Okay, there's a motion made by Commissioner Tiki to deny 2419. Is there a second to that motion? Attorney Tito, so if we don't get a second to the motion, what happens then?
You don't vote.
I'm struggling with this because I know the residents don't want us to change the zone, but they also don't understand what the repercussion of us not changing the zone is. They're not gonna, that space is not gonna remain, it's not gonna become open space to them. It's gonna change.
Mhm.
That's a given. So this is just it's like you want to make a decision that people don't understand is going to be better for them, but their hearts are really into opposing it. So it's a very, very, very difficult decision.
It is less units at the current zoning than the R3, as Attorney Teodoso also confirmed before. So if better or best, it means less, then you get less units with the current zoning. And so we totally understand that nothing is not an option, but just consider that as well. From my
Ms.
Unless
Castro,
units, I'm sorry.
I just want Ms. Castro to pull up clearing limits display map, sheet 1. On the left side, it says limit of clearing map under conventional subdivision. And then.
Is that in the project folder?
Yeah.
Okay, clearing limit.
Yeah, it is.
Printed it out a while ago.
Okay.
It was dated, revised, the last revision was November 2nd of 2024.
Limit of clearing.
And to Commissioner Tickey's point, less units means the right to come through the neighborhood.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
that's
yeah.
I
Less
think that,
protection of the water, the open space, I believe, or at least that's the way it's been presented.
But there's no guarantee that that's what they will
end up doing. I know.
right.
There's no guarantee that they won't end up doing that anyway. That's my point. There's no guarantee they won't end up doing that anyway. Changing it to an R3 will give them an opportunity to put in a subdivision with more units and still have the right to go through those neighborhoods.
Yeah, but
So let me ask you this, is it then if, and just going along Commissioner Tickey's path, is the right thing to deny it and have the applicant come back with a model that has all these pieces in one application or together where we would see the whole project, the zone change and the
They
development.
seem to argue they couldn't do it that way, but it would be so much better if we could have that option.
Because
happy to amend mine to deny without prejudice if that's a path we want to go down. If we think there's an opportunity they can come back, I'm happy to do that. Still waiting on a second for my motion, but I'm happy to amend my motion if that's a path that this commission's interested in.
That may be a better option.
I'm
appreciate
very influenced by the Conservation Commission's assessment of this whole area.
They did come in with something, but not for this application.
Is
No,
the
I know, but they were.
the developer looking for a DRD or no?
Yes.
Okay,
So
so
he says.
in doing that, wouldn't we have more control over what he puts in and so on and so forth, than just leaving it to be the way it is?
Can
The
this go
next
back
application
to,
is not on the agenda. It's application 2433. And that's the one that shows the site plan and it shows a proposed layout
Right.
thing.
That's not part of this.
It is not part of this. It is a separate application, but that would be the next step for this particular piece of property.
Okay.
If they go that way, but there's always a possibility that they won't.
There's
That will
always a
change it to an
possibility
R3
on
and they
anything.
won't do the DRD. And then they get more units in a subdivision.
Yeah, they would have to withdraw this and start all over again.
Right. And we don't have to accept what they start.
I kind of like Commissioner Tickey's option of denying without prejudice.
Right, and going along that, I'm leaning that way too, and what Commissioner Parkins is saying, the problem with approving it is that now if ultimately a DRD is not approved, the problem is we've now approved an R3.
Right.
We've changed the density. The right to now go open out into that neighborhood has changed the density. I think I'll make a second to, if Commissioner Tiki, if I'm correct, you modify your motion without prejudice.
I
I'll second
will.
your motion.
Thank you. I would just to be clear, I amend my motion to deny without prejudice application 2419.
Okay,
I'll make a second to that motion, at this point.
mm-hmm. Attorney Titoso, is there any comments that would prevent us from going forward using that thought process? I don't want to stick us with an issue that you've got to handle.
No, I just, I hear what the commission is saying with regard to an overall project. I think you were submitted an overall project in 3 different pieces.
Right,
That's probably what you're gonna get again.
okay.
We haven't gotten the third part.
Well, we'd like to see it in 2 pieces. We'd like to see the zone change with their plan to do a DRD and if it would work. I want to be certain that that DRD is going to work if we change the zone, because the benefits would then be there.
And I think the
everyone.
problem is if, for instance, if the setbacks aren't what the applicant wants, if that reduces the number of units, right? And then the answer is, well, the DRD isn't gonna work. Well, now we got an R3 zone. Now
All
what?
right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you, application 2433 was accepted for review by us on November 20th.
Yes.
This special exception application
Right.
for 23 cluster single-family homes. There
If
is
For
something,
this property?
yes,
If I can add to that also, they would likely have to revise their application, because if you took away the DRD, you're taking 75 feet from the perimeter lines. They did submit an application with the hopes that it would get approved, so now you're taking away that they're no longer fitting within the regulations of a DRD.
right.
Correct.
Because of what? Because of the setback issue?
Because of the setbacks primarily.
Well, that's what I was trying to.
But
get
what
at.
if they just eliminate two buildings?
They would still have to revise their plans for a pending application.
That's fine.
Can this go
It's fine. I
back
just want to make sure everybody
next
knows.
session, like go back to tech session on this whole thing?
I just don't want to make basically my bottom line is I don't want to make the zone change unless we're guaranteed a DRD.
And they don't want to make a DRD unless we guarantee the zone change. So
Well, you take away some
It's
of
got to be,
the,
it's got to be the 2 components into one application, which is why Commissioner Tiki's motion to deny without prejudice gives them that opportunity.
Right. And we've already taken care of application 2418. That was separate, but that informs them on setbacks. We take care of 2419. And as they need to edit whatever future applications coming before us that we've accepted, they have the time to do that.
2433 states on their application, special exception application, where the question 4 says, cite the particular use for which a special exception or temporary special exception is, if requested. Schedule A, line 1D, Design Residential District. So they have filed that application for a DRD.
no,
Okay,
that's fine.
But that
they
was
don't
with the
have to
hope of
approve
us
it.
taking the setback away.
correct,
That changes the game.
Right.
correct.
They will
And
have to take a look at that application and see what now is appropriate when it comes before us.
all right, it goes back to them now.
Yeah.
It impacts that 2433. So,
Right, they'll have to either come back and say, we can't we can't, if you make this R3, we can do a DRD with 2 less units. Or we'll have to go to ZBA for a variance or whatever.
right,
But put the 2, the zone change and the application for the DRD into one application.
mhm.
There's been a lot of pieces to this. Several have said that we are the Planning and Zoning Commission. We have the opportunity now to get it as close together as one project and see that. So,
Right.
you know, there's a motion and a second. I hope you'll consider this so that we can get this into one and make the most sense of this. for the community.
Yeah, the 2433 would have to be amended because it's not one at this time.
Right.
All right, so there's a motion to deny without prejudice application 2419 from Commissioner Tiki, seconded by Commissioner Cristiano. So on the motion to deny, Commissioner Parkins?
Aye.
Commissioner?
Aye to deny.
Aye to deny. Commissioner Kelly?
I did deny.
Okay, Commissioner Tiki?
Aye to deny.
Commissioner Cristiano?
Aye to deny.
Commissioner Motto?
Same. Aye to deny.
Thank you. And the chair votes aye to deny as well. Motion to deny is passed by a vote of 6-0. That's a motion to deny without prejudice. Has been approved by a vote 6-0. All right, let's move on to our next agenda item, 2431. Dominic Thomas for Bishop Development of Shelton LLC at 762 River Road. Assessors map 12, lots 35 for final site development plans for the amendment to PDD number 72. This application was accepted for review on November 20th, 2024. Posted to the city's website is a cover letter from the applicant, the amended final site development plans, letters from the city engineer and the fire marshal. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Attorney Dominic Thomas, Cohen and Thomas, 315 Main Street, Derby, Connecticut, representing the applicant.
Okay.
And I hope Joseph Mingalello and Jim Swift are in the waiting room, ready to come in. And this, to refresh you, this is PDD 72, which is approved for commercial and a medical office building. This amended PDD 72 by adding some acreage from 740 River Road to 762 River Road for the construction of a new, I think 30,000 or thereabouts square, 30,000 thereabouts square feet medical office building. So are Jim and Joe in the waiting room, or?
I'm here.
We're here. Jim Swift there?
Yes.
All right, gentlemen, you've all been before us previously about this particular application because you had initial site development plans. So these are the final ones. Any major changes that you'd like to address?
I'm happy to report, Madam Chairman, that there's no complications at all with this particular application. No, the only thing that changes to this from what was submitted was that the sidewalk will continue all across this property in accordance with the requirement to connect the sidewalk from one end of the start of our project to the skating rink.
Mm-hmm. Sidewalk along River Road.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
That's all I have. Joe, do you have anything?
No, everything's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so the major thing is that the sidewalk along River Road is to be continued, so it's connecting to the sports center as well as to along the front of the condo complex.
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant from any of the commissioners?
Was there movement of any parking spaces?
There was issues with the parking spaces in the next application you'll hear. As far as the parking spaces for the medical office building, it's clearly labeled on the site data for the office
I'm
building.
unable to, just to let you know, I'm unable to screen share again, whatever the situation is. So if Alexandra could bring up the plan, it might be the final site development plan, at least the site plan, might be easier to discuss.
Or just give me a moment.
I don't want to take it out of water, Mr. Swift, if
Sure. Well, just
didn't know which
to
one was
clarify,
which.
I mean, one of the things that we talked about at the time was we were looking at the architecture, and it seemed logical to square off the building, which added more square footage, And the question could have been, is there enough parking in reference to what the Plan Development District requirements were for parking? And there is, and that is, as I say, shown on the site data for the plan.
Yeah, that's on sheet, master site plan, sheet 1. Is the,
That's
Oh.
correct, yes.
okay. There's 61 spaces for the retail restaurant, medical office, 292.6 spaces. So there's 2 totals there, up there. What's the discrepancy there? You're short like 6.4 spaces or something. The regulation is for 3. Okay, no, you're over. I'm sorry. The top of that, it says required and proposed. So you're required to have 353.6 spaces. You're providing 360. So you've met the requirement.
Scared the dickens out of me there.
It's tough with readers, you know. Look at things that are like 2 point in size. So, okay, is that sufficient, Commissioner Cristiano?
Yes, I recall when I reviewed it, there was a change. I wasn't.
Yep. Okay, any other comments, questions, or concerns for the applicant? All right, what would the commission like to do with the application for final site development plans?
Commissioner Cristiano make a motion for approval of the final site development plan.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve from Commissioner Cristiano. Is there a second?
Commissioner Kelly will second it.
Okay, so on the motion made by Commissioner Cristiano for approval, seconded by Commissioner Kelly, I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the next agenda item, 2432. Dominic Thomas for Bishop Development of Shelton LLC at 740 River Road, Assessors Map 21, Lot 50 for final site development plans. This application was accepted for review on November 20th, 2024. Posted to the city's website is a cover letter from the applicant, the amended final site development plans, the coastal area management application, and a letter from the city engineer. I asked to staff if there was a letter from the fire marshal. Something had been submitted. Ms. Castro, did you figure out the discrepancy why it wasn't posted?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's on the why it's not on the website. It was received yesterday. I can pull it up quickly if you like.
Yeah, we
Or
just
you can
need
read it.
confirmation as to whether the remarks in the letter, if there were any issues from the fire marshal.
So I will just go.
In the meantime, Attorney Thomas, if you can get ready just to go over that CAM application.
Yes, we, again, this is I'm having trouble screen sharing.
Yeah,
This
once,
is an application for 740.
Yeah.
To give the background and keep in mind the CAM application that's filed is filed with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and under the statute, the obligation is for the Planning and Zoning Commission to submit it if it chooses to deep. The CAM application was filed. This was an application originally for 51 condos, 25 duplexes, and 1 single unit. It was withdrawn eventually and reapplied for the 40 units that were approved were for the initial development concept plan approval. And this is the final site development plan based on the approval of the initial development concept plans for the 40 units. And again, I do want to point out that the report of the city engineer that we were given, and I spoke to the city engineer directly, and hopefully Jim Swift can discuss his discussions with him. That report was a September 2023 report that was based on the prior application that was never uploaded to the drive or never given to me or my client or the engineer. So we did not know it existed until I think yesterday,
What do you know?
or maybe no, maybe last Thursday.
What
is when
document?
Huh?
What document are you referring to?
There's a report of the city engineer
Oh, okay, got
that
it.
was done in September of 2023 for the prior application.
Got
We
it.
received, I received an email, and I think Jim Swift received an email from the city engineer with a copy of that report saying that he had all these problems and things weren't corrected and everything like that.
Right.
I looked at I couldn't find any report. When he told me the date of the report, it was September of 2023. So I went back to the prior application in my files, in my records for the prior application. I went into the prior application on the planning and zoning website, and that report had never been uploaded.
Okay.
Since that time, Jim Swift has had a conversation with Rimas Bosses, the city engineer, and he can possibly report more on that. So I wanted to point that out.
Right.
can also
Again, I
just
can't
con-
screen share, unfortunately.
No, I can confirm that that was the case. The city engineer sent an email outside of us requesting information that wasn't addressed on his original letter. So being that that was submitted to an application that was withdrawn, it was never uploaded because it came after the fact. And it was never added into this record because it was for a previous application. He would have had to submit a new one for this current application. However, they have resolved all of their issues and the city engineer gave a positive endorsement.
Right. Okay. Everybody understand that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't need anything more complicated tonight.
The city
We've had enough.
engineer is basically in his January 8th letter, if you haven't had a chance to look at it, says after review of the above noted project plans, all comments and concerns have been satisfied. Therefore, I endorse the project for approval by the City Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission. So he has no issues. Neither does the fire marshal. He has the
Correct. That's on the final site. They have no issues.
Would you like me to share the fire marshals just on the screen since it
Yes.
wasn't included? Okay.
Yeah, just for the record. So we're all aware.
And this was received yesterday. My apologies. I'll have to.
Okay, last sentence says, as long as the applicant adheres to numbers 1, 2, and 3, the site plan is approved as submitted. So it's got to have complete set of detailed building plans. The driveway access roads should be considered fire lanes. This should be marked and maintained in accordance with the city ordinance and state codes that apply, and required hydrants the location and number of required hydrants have to be approved by the fire marshal before installation. Okay, so that's that. All right, so Attorney Thomas, do you have anything else for us?
Nothing further.
Okay, any questions for the applicant from any of the commissioners? Ms. Castro, good to go?
Good to go.
Okay. All right. How would the commission like to handle this particular application?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, that was Commissioner Motto, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion to approve application 2432 from Commissioner Motto. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by
Cristiano.
Commissioner Cristiano. So on the motion to approve, Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly.
I to approve.
Okay, Commissioner Parkins.
Aye.
Aye, and the chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Okay, very good. Next is application 2436. Dominic Thomas for Fountain Square. This application was accepted for review on December 11th, posted to the city's website is a cover letter from the applicant, the original and amended final site development plans, letters from the city engineer and fire marshal, and 2 artist renderings of the building and site. Is the applicant present?
It's Attorney Dominic Thomas, Conan Thomas, 315 Main Street, Derby, Connecticut, representing the applicant. This is the final site development plans for Trader Joe's. I had prepared, and I guess if I can't figure out how to screen share, I had prepared an exhibit to show side by side how the building changed. What happened is, the very brief background, the clients that originally proposed when Trader Joe's came, the clients that originally proposed to have the building towards the back wall with the parking in front, facing out towards Bridgeport Avenue. The tenant at that point made a request in its plans when it reviewed everything to relocate the building to the front with the entrance in the back. And that was what was in the initial concept, initial development concept plans that we submitted. Subsequent to your approval of that, IDCP, the tenant came back and said, no, we want to go back to your way, back to the way what's in the back. So that was why there was the delay in getting the final site development plans into you, because there had to be some redesigning and re-engineering, which has been done.
Ms. Castro, could you put up the artist?
Again,
renderings
just
of
make sure
wide
that,
shot?
yeah, Dave Gunier, Manny Silva, and Pat Rose all have to be admitted.
Yep. Yeah.
I will try to email my side by side, my 2-sheet thing, which I was going to show around. Actually, I'm going to try. I think the best thing is to go over the site plan first, and I will try to find a way to screen share.
Yeah, I'd like to have the commission look at the overall artist rendering, the wide shot that shows Cava and Panera there on the right. So you get a good perspective. Okay, there it is. You get a good perspective of what the change entailed. The building is on the cliff, with the back wall against the cliff, or close to. Double driveway going up and down, parking along the front and to the left, and some parking to the right as well. What happened to the fountains?
Well, first of all, this is a rendering at this point, and maybe they can explain to you what impacts the site plan is more appropriate to look at.
Sure, go ahead, put that up.
And again, Pat and Manny can discuss it.
Okay.
Pat and or Manny. Maybe Manny can screen share. Manny, can you screen share?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Manny Silva from Rostizo and Company, civil engineer.
Mr. Silva, just wait a minute. Attorney Thomas, you have a lot line revision map that was submitted. Are you going to address that at some point?
Yes, we can address that. That did not in any way change any of the design. It just changed the lots.
Okay.
To fit in the development.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Silva.
Thank you, Chairman. So as Mr. Attorney Thomas had stated, at one time during the initial development plans, this building, which is here now and along the back, was essentially here near the front, and the parking was the driveway would go up. There was parking along here, and then it would turn, and then the loading dock was here on this side, and then you had access to this other parcel from the back here. The project now, the Trader Joe's people wanted to mirror this back so that it was originally where we had it when we first proposed it to them. And essentially it's the same amount of parking. Everything is essentially the same circulation, except that now the driveway, you come up and then you'll be able to turn and then park here in front of the building or the side. And the entrance is this front corner facing Bridgeport Avenue, whereas the front corner previously was facing towards Parrot Drive. The corner entrance was basically this side, but it was here. And then the back of the building was facing Bridgeport Avenue. The reasoning for their initial, reasoning for them initially wanting it that way was that they could present a sign closer to Bridgeport Avenue, and you could see the building a lot more easily from Bridgeport Avenue as it presented itself a little further forward in relation to the main retail building. They had a change of heart and wanted basically to present their building as they would in other sites, which is forward instead of showing the back of the building. So now they're showing the front of the building with the main entrance here in the corner. And they're, again, the parking here in the front and then off to the left here, basically. And then their loading docks are here on the right. Again, this is just the 40 scale blow up of it. You have your circulation coming in. This at some point will continue on to this property here. But you would just come up. It's basically a ramp that comes up and then flattens out, and then all this here is at 5% or less. I think it's 2% actually here in this area. You have your accessible spaces here in the corner, as the main entrance is here in this corner here. The engineering is basically the same as the site, overall site has always been. We have development areas, and this is just a plateau that we've created here in previous applications. It's just that now, instead of having an office building, now it has a specialty grocer, which is Trader Joe's.
I think this is a much more desirable location for the building.
Yeah, I agree. It shows it kind of presents itself as the front of the building versus the rear of the building. And you actually have a more typical access to the building where you have parking in front of it versus having to go around the building and park behind it.
Yep.
And again, the utilities, the sewer connection is coming from an existing connection manhole that we have here from the development of the project. Water and electrical are already installed on the property. The transformers are here and will connect into the building here. We have a water main that comes around to a hydrant that's here and here. And then they'll have domestic and fire service coming from the main into the building. Soil erosion control, again, the site is an ongoing construction site, phase by phase. We have our silt sacks on all the catch basins that are proposed to collect the water into our system, which then gets conveyed into the retention pond, which was designed for the whole site to be built out. And currently the only sites left to be built out are this Trader Joe's site, this site here, and then the smaller site here in front of Goddard School. Landscaping plan. Essentially, we have some street trees in the islands, some ground cover underneath the street trees, and then it basically goes along with the theme of the overall site and how Fountain Square is being landscaped currently. It'll just continue that theme. Again, some details. I don't want to belabor you with that. And then the lighting. Again, the lighting, we did do the recalculation of all the lighting on the site, and we have enough lighting in the appropriate areas in the parking lot, but also ensure that there's no spillage off the property. In fact, it's quite impossible to get spillage off the property because because of that rock cut here. You can't really spill any light onto Parrot Drive, as our fixtures are well below that grade. And I think that's it for me, unless I think we could go to Pat for any for the going through the building and its facade.
Could you just go back to the one of, yeah, that one's fine. So to the parking to the right, it's a double row of parking alongside where the loading dock is.
Yep.
Is the second row of parking on the other property, or how is that going to work?
So I think they'll go over the how the property is going to be divided. I think half of these spaces will be on this parcel, but the parking count, the 123, only accounts for the 14 on this side. So
Okay.
any spaces that will be on this parcel from this side of the weren't essentially were not counted.
So they're not it's not a drive-through parking situation. They can't drive through, like take a right into a parking spot and drive straight through. They'd have to back out into the driveway
here and
where
come
the
back out,
loading
yeah.
dock is, right?
Correct, right now. And in fact, there's going to be a retaining wall here along here.
Okay.
So it's already kind of parking being laid out for whatever this is going to be. And the only reason why we even created it was to have some additional spaces available as overflow and kind of like a turnaround area. If you come around here, you can pull in, turn around, come out.
So how do you envision the tractors coming in and backing in?
So
Pattern.
yeah, so we did do turning templates, and they kind of come here and they back in. That's why this is kind of a more wide swoop, and there's a big area here. They come back into here straight in, and then they'll come out here.
How many feet is that?
This length?
Yeah.
That's, hold on, I could pull that up actually. One, two. So 14 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's about 170 feet long. This here, so it's longer than a truck you would need for a truck. But they want their loading dock, the way they have them, is always at the back of their building here, because I think they have like a corridor that comes and feeds to the back space of their space. So they take the full length of the building as the loading dock, but you probably only need about 120, and there's 170 there.
So could we assume that the delivery trucks will be coming in off hours rather than?
Correct.
during
Yeah.
the height of the
Anything
day?
like this usually happens early mornings, overnight, early in the mornings or overnight. And then they either leave the trailer there, or they just drop off, and the stock guys work overnight and they stock the shelves at that time.
There's a compactor noted, but what about regular trash disposal? The compactor would be for the like cardboard boxes and stuff, but where's the garbage being brought to?
I'd have to refer to someone that operates it, but I think the compactor is for both, for garbage and cardboard. Obviously there's more cardboard generated here, but there would be regular garbage. As far as I know, I think the compactor is for both. There's not they didn't ask for a separate dumpster area, but I'd have to defer to Mr. Gunya, as he's had more contact with the actual tenant.
I'm surprised that there isn't a dumpster somewhere.
Yeah, usually with grocery stores, if there is even dumpsters outside, they're like the locked kind. Because if it is, product that's past its date or something, they usually have it locked up because they don't want people going in there and just trying to take it, just from liability reasons. Or there's a lot of grocery stores, and I think Trader Joe's is one of them, that has kind of connections with the food banks in the area, and they tend to donate it before it actually goes past its date, and they know they're going to have it. But again, as to the operations, I think you'd have to talk to Dave Gunya.
Yeah. Before you go, could you please discuss the grading in the front as a result of the redesign of the pad and everything? which does impact. There's no fountain shown on here because that impacts it, and whether or not there is a water feature, they will have to look, the developers will have to look at the results of the redesign.
Yeah. So as we had to flip this over to the other side, it required us to bring this curb line, or basically where there was a building here that had a retaining wall, that made the building stick out of the ground maybe 2 to 3 stories, and allowed us to use that to be able to cut in that fountain here. Now with this flipped over, the paved area has to be a 5%, has to be a much flatter area. So we didn't have a retaining wall, the retaining wall of the building. And as you come up, this distance on the ramp is shorter. So we had to lower this area here more so than it was in the previous application, in the initial application. And therefore, the fountain becomes the way it was prior to in previous applications, became nearly impossible because of the lowering of the grade, and also that the distance between this phased area here and where the parking or the driveway for the Trader Joe's now are too close together. And for a deep fountain like we had before, it just doesn't fit right now. We have to see what we're going to do here to see if we could carve it out maybe in this area here again. But as you can see, the new traffic aisle coming up into this area here is going to be basically this right here where my cursor is. Whereas before we came up and around, and you had this space in here open because the building was here as a retaining wall, basically. And then you were able to you had this open space in this area to have the fountain.
So is the artist rendering that we looked at first with showing the wide shot?
The artist rendering, they're not, the artist rendering, the renderers do not base it on the site plans. They're trying to show pretty pictures of the buildings as best as possible, but they do not reflect the realities of the site plan.
Well, one of the things that they show that is shown on the artist rendering looks like a sidewalk that goes from the upper parking lot down to the parking lot for Panera.
Yeah, that's still here, right here. This parking lot, this sidewalk is going to be,
Oh, that narrow little thing.
yeah, it's a 5-foot sidewalk. It's going to be pretty steep too. From here to here, it actually climbs 2, 4, 6, 8, 8 feet. So it's not enough to be stairs, but it could be stairs. But it does have a pedestrian connection here. At least that's what our intent is. Because you do want to have pedestrian connectivity throughout the site, as it is multi-use and they kind of complement each other in some ways.
Has there been any thoughts to putting bollards up so you don't see shopping carts going down that proposed sidewalk?
There's a curb there.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, we can do that. Bollards or some kind of some kind of type of guardrail. Yeah, we can definitely do that. To stop them from rolling. But again, this area here is like flat. I know you see some grade lines here, but this is basically the same grade here, 264. So this whole area is very flat, and then it kind of comes up at 5%. But this area here is at 5%, which is your normal thing. But then from here to here, it increases to try to make that ramp up to this plateau. And again, this is now much lower, whereas back in the initial proposals with the office building, this was up at 270-ish, and now the building for Trader Joe's is down at 264.5. So we've had to drop this plateau quite a bit to get Trader Joe's to work, and again, I think it's a good use for this property, or a good tenant for this property. So we try to do everything we can to keep them happy and make it work.
Do they typically have carriage return spots? I don't typically shop at Trader Joe's, so I
So
don't.
Trader Joe's and Aldi's, I believe, have the European style stick a quarter in the chain and you or
Yeah.
whatever, and the cart releases and you bring back your own cart to get your quarter back.
Okay.
Um,
Quarters don't mean a lot to a lot of people.
yeah, they should change them to dollars, but the
Don't have dollar coins.
There
Yeah.
happens, there
It's all
happens-
about convenience in people's lives.
Well, happens to be a gentleman every so often at the Aldi's in Derby that will bring your cart back for you as long as he gets to keep the quarter.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's, yeah.
Sure is.
Good thinking.
Quarter.
I just
Yeah.
draw attention that, in the previous applications where the fountain feature was there, the fountain feature wasn't just a fountain, it was a stairwell,
Uh-huh.
residential area down connecting to the lower area, right?
Right.
Keep in mind that at some point in time, if there's a residential request in that vacant lot, there's going to be some degree of difficulty to make pedestrian connections down there.
Yeah, it's a
We'll deal
resurrection.
with that at another point, but
Yeah.
that was a big talking point during the other applications.
It sure was.
Commissioner Cristiano is correct. The intent of the fountain was also had a dual purpose. It was to have two flanking staircases for the hotel at that, which was approved as a hotel for those people to be able to connect to the rest of the site. And some other applications that were in front of you for a residential use to be able to connect to the rest of the site. At this point, that was to service that parcel, which is not in front of you right now, but the Trader Joe's has connectivity from the sidewalk and basically the driveway that comes up and down. So
Is 5 feet wide enough? If you don't want them walking in the driveways.
correct.
When
Yeah.
the project comes before you for the remainder of the property, we're aware that we have to address these other issues, but right now we're just focusing on the Trader Joe's.
Right. Okay, is Mr. Pet Rose coming?
Pat can discuss the building and the.
Thank you, commissioners.
Alexandra, could you either put up the rendering? It's probably the easiest thing of the building.
Sure, one moment. Actually, I logged out of that one, so hold on. I had two laptops going to go back and forth, so I logged out to get ready for our next executive session. So let me just load up here. And which ones were you looking for?
The one that's closest to the building, not the one that's that's way out.
The rendering, okay.
Yeah, the rendering.
Rendering
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
No problem.
Pat Rose from Rose T-Zone Company, 35 Brentwood Avenue in Fairfield. Before you is the rendering of the front elevation of Trader Joe's. You see the entrance is on that corner where you can see the two red Trader Joe signs. The materials that are being used are similar to what we've used in the rest of the center, that we're using gray and white brick on the lower section and those columns that project up, and then two different colors of gray ephes, which are similar colors that are used elsewhere on the site. It's all black windows with and clear glass for the fenestration for the entry and the windows on the front. We've got a dark coping that runs around the building, similar as to the other buildings that have a dark coping. So it fits in well, and it fits with the motif that Trader Joe's has done in other places. It seems to work well with what we have and what they like to see. There's a large canopy that projects around the front of the building and on that side to the left-hand side of the building. Any questions, be happy to answer.
That's it? That's all you want to tell us?
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
No.
No comments, questions, or concerns from anyone? Okay, is there a motion for this particular application?
Commissioner Ticky will motion for approval.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ticky. Is there a second?
Commissioner Cristiano, I'll second that.
Okay, so in the motion to approve application 2436 from Commissioner Ticky, seconded by Commissioner Cristiano. Commissioner Kelly?
Approve. Aye.
Okay.
Aye for approval.
Okay. Commissioner Parkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Ticky?
Aye.
Commissioner Motto?
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is our public portion. If there's any public official who would like to comment on an item not on the agenda, please use Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9 on your phone. Ms. Castro, is there anyone who's an elected official?
Nope.
Okay, then I will ask if there is any member of the public who would like to address the commission on any item not on the agenda. Please use Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9 on your phone.
No one showing.
No one, okay. All right, we'll move on then to other business. Comments from the chair and subcommittee chairs. I have no comments at this time. Commissioner Motto, do you have anything that you want to share?
I do not.
Okay. Staff comments, Ms. Castro?
I do. I have a screen share.
Okay. And what are we looking at?
It's a blurb.
Is there something else going to come up, or is that it?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, God.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ginny. Happy birthday to you. We are not an NSYNC chorus, I can tell you that.
Okay.
Music in the background.
But best wishes, Ginny.
Thank you very much. Starting
Yeah,
another
happy
journey
birthday.
around the sun.
Another journey.
Oh, God. Come here.
Mark. Where's Mark? There he goes?
Oh, look at that. 7 years old.
Up. Oh,
It looks delish.
it does. Where did this come from? Huh? Oh my gosh, piece of cake by Brittany.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, wow.
oh man.
You'll have to freeze some of it and bring it to our next in person.
We're coming
Oh,
over it
See
after this
tomorrow, if anybody wants to come over, that's for sure. We could do it at City Hall.
Will it be too
Yeah, so
late
let's
tonight?
all meet at lunchtime, right? At City Hall.
Exactly. Oh, thank you very much, everybody.
That's my staff comment for the day.
That's
Well
the,
done.
I don't think we've ever had a staff comment like that before.
That
So,
was Mark's plan, so we'll give Mark full credit. He thought we would be able to sing in person.
oh, okay. Well, I was kidding around the last meeting and I said, and you better have a birthday cake for me. I was goofing around. No, I wasn't. I was goofing around. So not in a doghouse. All right. So thank you everyone again. So now we're on to approval of meeting minutes. Does anyone have any comments or changes for the December 11th, 2024 minutes?
No, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll
Wait,
second
no,
it.
I'm sorry. Hold
oh.
on. There was something in the minutes. I'm so sorry. I should have had this pulled up. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Which item in the minutes?
I'm pulling it up. I want to say it was, oh goodness. My Adobe on this laptop is not working. Can we table this?
Sure.
There was an error. There was one of the, it was the letter of withdrawal. There was something about accepting or approving, some contradiction on wording, and I
Okay.
just saw it this morning, so
Okay. So, motion to, table, approval of, the December 11th minutes.
yes.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, is there a
Commissioner Kelly.
second? Second, please.
Commissioner Parker, second the table.
Okay, and, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let the record show motion to table is passed by a vote of 6-0. And Ms. Castro, why don't you send the commission and post it on the city's website somehow as to what the correction that you're referring to?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our final item is an executive session to discuss pending legal matters. Is there a motion to go into executive session and inviting Attorney Teodoso and Ms. Castro to attend? Attorney Teodoso would be giving us some legal information. Ms. Castro is being invited to attend because of the technical aspect of doing it via Zoom. Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make that motion. Commissioner
Did we get, oh yeah, I was just
Yes.
looking for the executive session.
Yeah, you got that, yeah. I
All right, so
second
there-
that.
Who is the second?
I did, Commissioner
Okay,
Kelly.
so on the motion to go into executive session from Commissioner Cristiano, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Vote has passed. I mean, the motion has passed by a vote of 6-0. Because we are all at home and we are not hermits, you must make sure that there is no one else in the room once you log into the executive session Zoom.
And
Understood?
we have to log out of the other session?
Oh, yeah.
Log out of this one, go back into your email, find the Zoom login.
For the executive session?
There's a separate email with that.
Right, but we have to actually log out
Oh,
of this,
yeah,
the one we're
okay.
in?
Okay, you gotta leave
Yes.
this one.
Okay,
So I will leave this one with the executive session, no sound on. Sarah Vernasos, our recording secretary, is verifying that we have no sound, no activity. I'll have a note on that we're in executive session.
Right.
We're
So we
switched
don't-
over.
We don't have to sign out of this?
You
'cause
have
it's-
to sign out.
You
Yeah,
still
we have
sign
to
out.
You
leave.
have to leave this and then go into the other one.
Yeah, go into your
Okay.
email and find out that second Zoom.
I don't see an option to leave. Where's my option? Oh, there it is, down in the bottom. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
We are just waiting on our chair to join back.
She's in the waiting room.
Yeah. And our attorney.
You here?
Joined, but she's still.
There she is.
I was there. I just didn't realize my video wasn't. Sorry. All right. So Commissioner Kelly is there. Commissioner Parkins, Commissioner Cristiano, Commissioner Tiki, Commissioner Motto, and myself. All right. Is there a motion to come out of our executive session with the notation that no votes were taken?
Commissioner
Mr. Parkins,
Christian. Oh, sorry.
it's okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Christian, I'll make that motion to come out of executive session. No votes were taken.
Okay. Is there a second?
Commissioner Parkins will second.
Okay, on the motion to come out of executive session with notation, no votes were taken. On a roll call, Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. I now recognize Attorney Teodoso to read a motion.
Move to approve settlement proposal for zoning appeal of Ismaili versus Shelton Planning and Zoning, docket number HHD LND CV 24 618336-5.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Christian, I'll make a second.
Okay, so on the motion, on a roll call vote, Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins,
Nay.
Commissioner Cristiano,
Nay.
Commissioner Tiki,
Nay.
Commissioner Motto,
Nay.
and the chair votes nay. Motion has passed.
Motion has
Denied.
failed.
Motion fails.
Fails by a vote of 5-1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, seeing that there's no other item on the agenda, the chair declares this evening's meeting is adjourned as of 10:07 p.m. Thank you, everyone, and good night. We'll see you next week.
Good night, everybody.
Enjoy the rest of your birthday, Ginny.
Yeah.
Good night.
Another hour.
Exactly.
Good night.
Gotta go walk the dog.